Punjab Public Service Commission and later served as the senior advisor to the Chief Minister of Punjab. Popularly and affectionately called Mao, General Shergill is the founder chairman of Military Literature Festival Association, Chandigarh. General Shergill.
General Katyar, we are fortunate to have with us General Malik, who was my chief when I was the corps commander, and a welcome to all the ladies, gentlemen, the children. I'm particularly happy to see a large number of children who are here. We are fortunate that one of our prime organizations that help us run this festival, Headquarters Western Command, General Katyar is present, and actually he saved us a great deal of embarrassment because the politicals who were supposed to be here have gone for a higher political purpose to the district of Gurdaspur. This festival is a little smaller than what we had in years past, and in between we had two festivals that were online because of the pandemic. But we went ahead with them. Not that we didn't have our casualties, because when you carry out something in-house in an hotel, you're bound to be close together. And I think there were about 4 or 5 of us, including me, who got COVID. So we did our service even then. The purpose, or you could say the theme of this festival is the world in turmoil. And it is so. With all that you see happening around the world, and all under a nuclear umbrella. One gets the impression that if there's a nuclear umbrella, you can get away with doing anything. And we have many wars that have taken place since the first explosions of the atomic bombs in Nagasaki and Hiroshima. And now we are witnessing, after many years of peace and prosperity, we are seeing it happen again, close to us and far away from us. The fighting in Ukraine has been going on for a number of years, and there was a precursor, a small one, between Azerbaijan and Armenia, which showed us a new type of involvement of drones, and now you see that in all its might in the fighting that's going on in Ukraine. Of course, everybody is deriving lessons from that conflict and what can happen in our area of operations, whether it is in the plains, on the seas, or in the mountains. Our neighbor, Pakistan, we are ethnically joined together by language, but we are divided by religion. And it so happens that they too, due to a very poor economic machine and being led by what you could say a feudal clan of the armed forces, is experiencing great difficulty. And there's an instability because on their northwest is the Taliban. And any instability in Pakistan, although through Schadenfreude we might rejoice, but the fact is, it's not good for us. China started its modernizations in 1995, and one of the big points of the modernizations was in the sphere of their agriculture, so that they could feed their millions. You will recall that only 9% of China's land surface is arable. And even today, they import huge amounts of food, in particular soybeans and so on and so forth. And also in 1995, They went in for the modernization of their armed forces. They've already taken out a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, and so you can see how far they have reached. We are also carrying out a modernization, hoping that we can do most of it within ourselves, but it is to be seen what is the backlog, how far are we behind, how long will it take us to be on our own feet so that we can decide our own strategies, our own defense security. On the ground today, in our hilly regions and maybe also in the northeast when it so happens, we have our great battalions, and within the battalions are Ghataks, our special forces that are operating. And just for the information of all of you, since 2017, Punjab has had 121 of our youths killed in action in Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. Those of you who do not know, 120 is the strength of an infantry company. So that is the price, that is the blood price that India pays for stability on your borders, and that is the blood price of Punjab. I must add, because at one stage I was attending their obsequies, all of them are from villages. They are not from towns, they are from villages. We've recently had another, you could say, a small war, an asymmetrical war between Hamas and Israel. There was a very savage exit across the Iron Wall by Hamas, and in a bloodthirsty manner, they killed man, woman, child, and even dogs. Retribution was instant in the shape of the Air Force, and subsequently it continued through ground operations, shelling, and also drones activity. Also shelling from the seaboard. That's still continuing. There's a truce. So we need to look into this and see how their means or what they possess can affect us. Do remember it's asymmetric, although, as normally happens, those who are under pressure tend to go underground. You have this large city in Cappadocia, in Turkey, which could house 20,000 people and lived as a city underground. You have the caves in Iwo Jima, where the Japanese fought against the Marines. And then you have the Viet Cong and their tunnels in the long war in Vietnam. We are also looking into an interesting historical part of what history can do in the future, because China had an emperor, although he ruled for just about 11 years, Qin Shi Huang, who's also known as Genghis Khan, and this was about, he was ruling between 221 and 210 BC. In that short reign, he did a number of things ruthlessly. Qin was then one of the smallest states within what you could call China, but he aggressively created China and was the first, you could say, real emperor. To his credit, he was aggressive, but at the same time, much before the Indian civil service, in that time he established what you can call the Chinese civil service, and that has gone on till this day. Standardized the language and the script of 3,000 characters. And he was aggressive to the extreme and extremely liked by the leaders of China, and was a hero for Mao Zedong. We're also looking at the largest, as it were, of the Lahore Darbar of Maharaja Ranjit Singh, in a way, handing over the northwest frontier, Kashmir, Baltistan, Ladakh, to India. Of course, it came through in a circuitous manner, because Kashmir was bought by Maharaja Gulab Singh, and thereafter, after independence, the whole of Kashmir came to us. There's perhaps a misunderstanding. It is felt that it is the Dogra rule that got you Ladakh. That is incorrect. Because the Sikh Empire took Kashmir in 1819, and thereafter there were about 12 governors who were there. The Dogra general, Zorawar Singh, was a general of the Sikh Empire, and his activities in Baltistan and towards Tibet were part of the strategy of the Sikh Empire. And as you well know, in 1843 he lost his life against the Tibetans, but the Lahore Darbar forces reinforced the area, and with a different general defeated the Tibetans in 1844, and that is how he got Ladakh and Aksai Chin. Unfortunately, Aksai Chin is still in possession of China. I have actually a point against modern historians. They always refer to that area as China. They never refer to that area as Tibet, and they've stopped referring to Aksai Chin as being part of India. We are quibbling about small little changes that have taken place in the line of actual control between fingers, whereas extensive area of our own, of Ladakh, is still with China. Finally, this is also the 75th year of the first operations that were conducted by the Indian Army in 47-48 in Jammu and Kashmir. These operations, as you know, were in two different areas. It was the Jammu sector, where you had the capture of Mundiala Ridge and going on with the Cheetah Force beyond that, up to the line of control, up to the ceasefire line, which was ceasefire line, but they had gone right up to the border between Jammu and Kashmir and Pakistan. And then you had Naushera, you had Jhangarh, you had Rajouri, and the famous and rather strong defense of Poonch against a siege. In the northern areas in Kashmir, you had the fly-in of our troops, the great fight that was given by first Sikh in the beginning, the Battle of Shalatang, and subsequently across the pass into Tithwan, and then the operations that were towards Zojila, and before that, the movement towards Odi Chakoti. And at Zojila, it was not a simple matter, because it took a number of actions before the tanks that were introduced had got across and got into Gumri Basin, and thus the gateway to Ladakh was opened. 8 Gurkhas had 1 battalion that was moving along what is now a scenic and tourist route past Rohtang and going on to Leh, and they also arrived there, but not before the troops through Zojila had got to Leh. So that is what we are showing you giving to you in the panels. We have a distinguished lot of people who are well versed in the matters that we are going to discuss. And apart from this, there are 2 very important things that we do. One is the Samvad, where about 600 children every day will actually interact with our Gallantry Award winners so that the Gallantry Award winners can tell them their experiences of battle. And we have a Clarion Theatre. And in the theatre there are films, some of which we have made, and others that we have curated from different battalions, from different regiments, from the Army, Navy and Air Force, and which is actually a great haunt for the children. And they get into the theatre and don't want to come out. But I'm happy that we have organized that. And then of course there's the usual food stalls, a bit of a book fair, and some martial dances, etc. I'm so glad to have you here, and more than that, a great contributor to this festival, Headquarters Western Command, represented by the Army Commander, General Katyar, who's an Ati Vishesh Seva Medal, and who has great experience in the Northeast as well as in Jammu and Kashmir. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the festival.
Thank you, Chairman. Before we move ahead, ladies and gentlemen, we have some things to do. We have 3 things on our agenda. The first one is the release of the first day cover of the MLF, for which I request Colonel Akhil Kumar to kindly come up for the honors to be done by the Army Commander. May I request General Malik also to kindly come up on the stage for the release of the first day cover, sir. The MG sitting here also requested to come up, please. General KJ, sir.
Please.
Release of the first day cover of the Military Literature Festival. Thank you, sir. Next on the agenda is the release of the e-magazine of the Military Literature Festival Association. The magazine has been compiled by the team at the MLFA. May I request Major Harvijay Singh and Colonel Nitin Chandra to please come up, have it released from the Army Commander. Before that, say a few words about the magazine, please.
Good morning, sir. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. We, for the first time, have an e-magazine. This magazine carries articles from very prominent writers on all issues that are facing us in the world today. The geopolitical, the geostrategic, Ukraine, Hamas, military technology, we have them all. I will now request the Army Commander to kindly release the magazine. Barcodes are displayed all over. You can download the magazine now.
Thank you, gentlemen. And the last one, we have the release of the book titled Brave Hearts of Punjab, which is co-authored by Lieutenant General J.S. Cheema and Dr. Kamal Preet. General Cheema belongs to the Sikh Regiment of the Infantry. He is superannuated as the Deputy Chief of the Army Staff. He's had an illustrious career spanning over almost 4 decades. He is the founder, Vice Chancellor of Maharaja Bhupinder Punjab Sports University, Patiala. Dr. Kamal Preet teaches political science at the DAV College, Sector 10, Chandigarh. She has published 13 books and she is an awardee from the Chandigarh Sahitya Academy. May I request both of them to kindly come up and General Cheema to say a few words and get the book released by the Army Commander, please.
General Katyal, the Army Commander, General Shergill, the Chairman of the Military Lit Festival Association, General V.P. Malik, the former Army Chief, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This book, just give me one. The Brave Hearts of Punjab, is a testimony to the glorious deeds of the soldiers of Punjab and all the post-independence wars. As you are aware, Punjab provides the maximum number of soldiers to the Indian Armed Forces, and the Gallantry Award winners are the highest in India. And coincidentally, they are also 121, that includes Paramveer Chakras, Mahavir Chakra, Ashok Chakra and Kirti Chakras only. And 121 was the number of martyrs from 2017 to 2023, which General Shergill mentioned earlier. Now the matter of pride for Punjab in this firm, out of 21 Paramveer Chakras, 4 are from Punjab. That constitutes 19%. As far as Mahavir Chakras are concerned, 218 have been awarded in India, and Punjab has 58 Mahavir Chakras, 26%. Ashok Chakras, equivalent to Paramveer Chakra in internal security duties, out of 69, we have 11, another 16%. And I would also like to highlight the Mahavir Chakras. In India, we have got 5 Mahavir Chakras, that is, who have been awarded bar to Mahavir Chakras awarded twice. Out of 5, we have 2 from Punjab. General Rajinder Singh Sparrow, who got a Mahavir Chakra in 1947 in the Battle of Jangat and in 1965 as GOC-1 Armored Div, is the first MVC bar in Punjab. And we are fortunate to have his son, General T.S. Shergill, as the chairman of the Military Lit Festival Association amidst us. The other MVC war is Brigadier Sant Singh in 1965 and 1971 as a brigade commander. We also have General Guraya, who got a Kirti Chakra in the 1948 Hyderabad operation, which is equivalent to MVC, and he earned a MVC as a brigade commander in 1971. Not only that, we have got two civilians from Punjab who have got the Ashok Chakra, and 5 of them have got the Kirti Chakras, including 2 ladies. I won't go into too much of details, but I would like to highlight that my co-author, Dr. Kanwalpreet, she visited nearly 16 to 17 families of these awardees in the last 2 to 3 years and contacted number of them on phone who were available, as majority of them have migrated to other countries. And what she experienced is the spiritual journey, and which she has rightfully included as part of this book. May I now request the Army Commander to release the book for the benefit of everybody.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Just forgot to mention that my co-author, Dr. Kanwalpreet Kaur, is the daughter of my first company commander, late Colonel D.S. Garewal in Tensik. And we have amidst us Mrs. Garewal, also forming part of this audience. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Lieutenant General M.K. Katiyar, Ati Vishish Seva Medal, General Officer Commanding in Chief, Western Command. He belongs to the Rajput Regiment of the Infantry. He commanded his battalion 23 Rajput twice, once at Uri in J&K and next along the LAC in Arunachal Pradesh. Later he commanded a brigade along the western borders, an army headquarter mountain division along the northern borders, and a mountain strike corps west. Amongst his many professional achievements, he was also a distinguished graduate from National War College, United States of America. Before taking over the Western Army, he was Director General Military Operations at the Army Headquarters. May I request you, sir, to say a few words, please, and declare 7th Military Literature Festival open.
General Shergill, Param Vishis Seva Medal, Chairperson of Military Literature Festival Association, Chandigarh, General Malik and respected veterans, colleagues in defense services, participants of Military Literature Festival, and the friends from the media. It's a matter of great honor for me to address this august gathering on the occasion of the 7th Military Literature Festival, Chandigarh. Military literature, the term may sound an oxymoron. Military, the epitome of power, brute force, violence, and literature, a domain of finer things in life. But I'd not be wrong if I say that the two share a very symbiotic relationship. Military and literature have thrived on each other since time immemorial. There are countless classics written on war, be it War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, a military man, a gunner actually, or the endless great works of Ernest Hemingway, himself a battle casualty of Second World War. If you remember Socrates, perhaps the wisest man to have ever lived, and recollect his most famous prophetic pronouncement, the only thing that I know is that I know nothing. Most military men will find some resonance in this because they are constantly told by their seniors that they know nothing. Yes, Socrates also bore arms and fought 3 famous battles for Athens during Peloponnesian War in 4th century BC. So maybe as a Fauji, it was natural for him to say that I know nothing. Literature, if literature has a most profound relationship with any profession, I think it is the profession of arms or military. Unless we count love and romance to be part of any profession. This military literature festival is being held in very trying times for all military men and all men of letters. 2 major conflicts are underway. Russia fighting with Ukraine and Israel with Hamas. Way back in 1989, when the Cold War was on its last legs, Francis Fukuyama wrote his famous treatise on the end of the history. He pronounced that now we are looking forward to a more peaceful world. But as we see, the events today have proved him wrong. Wars continue to remain a tool with nations to resolve their geopolitical issues. We may not be having an active war on our northern or western fronts, but our adversaries are continuing with their efforts to undermine our national security. Jan Shergill has deliberated on these issues at length. I'll only say that and assure the audience here that our armed forces are fully prepared to deal with any contingency, whether be it external or internal. Today we are also in the midst of a technological revolution in warfare. Unmanned systems, quantum computing, artificial intelligence. If we look back, the military needs have been the drivers for the scientific innovations, be it the stirrups for horses in ancient age, or the aeroplane, internet, or nuclear energy in the current modern times. There is also connect with literature, connect between the men of ideas and warfare. Leonardo da Vinci, besides many other things, he was a man of words. The famous notebooks he wrote on many issues, art, life, nature, fantasy, and he also made the first drawings of a helicopter. H.G. Wells, towards the end of 20th century, imagined the war of words, time machine, invisible man, some things which are becoming possible today in 21st century. Indian mythology and literature too have been intricately related with military. Whether in Ramayana or Mahabharata, the central theme is military conflict and the heroes are the warriors. What better connect a military and literature can have than Bhagavad Gita, the most intellectually and spiritually invigorating work in this subcontinent. It's on the setting of a battlefield. Our ancient literatures on wars gave us the moral lessons of jus et bellum, fighting for the right cause, and also jus et bello, fighting in the right way. Fighting in the rightful manner, the righteous way to live and die. Guru Gobind Singh Ji, when inspiring us to be righteous, says, De Shiva Varmohi Ye Shubh Karma Te Kabhi Na Tarum. And the Guru invokes an analogy with military conflict. न डरो अरसों जब जाए लड़ो, निश्चय कर अपनी जीत करो. Military and literature may seem poles apart, but they have an unviable bond. Unfortunately, in Indian context of late, not many authors with military background have gained fame in literary circles. And also, not many famed authors have written on military matters. Perhaps the Military Literature Festival is a positive step to bridge this gap. I compliment General Shergill and his team for the efforts to bring the military and the literature together and wish them all the success. I now declare open the 7th Military Literature Festival Chandigarh 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Army Commander. Please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the first session on Ukraine will commence in 10 minutes from now. The panelists and the audience are requested to stay put.
I'd like to draw the attention of the first panel, Major General Harvijay Singh, Lieutenant General Prakash Menon, and Brigadier Chaube, Deepak Chaube. If you're here, we could just meet for a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite you to the first session of the 7th Military Literature Festival. Please settle down, please take your spaces. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly settle down for the first session. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to start the first session of the 7th Military Literature Festival. I invite you all to come into the main hall here. I'd like to invite the panelists for the first session up on the stage. Major General Harvijay Singh, Lieutenant General Prakash Menon and Brigadier Deepak Chaube. Please come up on the stage so that we can start the first session. I'm about to start. We can... I'd like to announce the first session of the day, Military, Strategic and Diplomatic Lessons to be learned by India from the conflict in the Ukraine. Lieutenant General Prakash Menon. So the first session of the day is Military, Strategic and Diplomatic Lessons to be learnt by India from the conflict in Ukraine. The conflict in Ukraine under a nuclear umbrella is a trailer of what modern warfare and selective total war could be in South Asia. What should be the diplomatic and military strategy for India that must operate in the mountains, plains and oceans? I'd like to introduce the eminent panel who will discourse on the topic. Lieutenant General Prakash Menon. The General has had extensive operational experience, especially in counterinsurgency areas. He has been an instructor at NDA and Defense Services Staff College. He has also served as Major General, General Staff of Northern Command. He has also served in the National Security Council Secretariat in New Delhi. The General is a prolific writer. Brigadier Deepak Chaube has served in various operational environments which include high altitude areas, line of control and counter-insurgency deployments. He is presently commanding an infantry brigade on the Western Front since November 2022. The session is moderated by Major General Harvijay Singh, a third-generation Army officer. He has authored 3 books and regularly contributes articles on military history, strategy, cyber warfare and technology to various publications. Among his manifold credentials, the General is a qualified ethical hacker and cyber forensics investigator. I invite Major General Harvijay Singh to introduce what is surely a burning topic.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can I request the gentlemen outside to kindly settle down? We will start our session now. A fateh to the young children who have come from schools far. There are some from Derabasi, Kharad, Mohali and Chandigarh. Well, we have an informed audience, so I will do a brief update on the current status of the war in Ukraine. Today, ladies and gentlemen, is the 47th day of this war. I think Russia is happy with the state of affairs for the territory which they hold. We have the Luhansk and the Donetsk, which are together form Donbass. Russia already holds that. Coming south, Zaporizhia, Kherson, Crimea is with Russia. So they secure their western front with Ukraine and Europe. Russia has reactivated a canal which was called the North Crimean Canal. Ukraine had stopped the flow of waters in this. This canal takes waters to the Crimean Peninsula, which is dry and arid. Russia has activated this canal now. They also have a land rail link going to Crimea, in addition to the Kerch bridge. With the capture of the southern coastal areas, Russia, the Sea of Azov is now a Russian sea. This is the gateway to the deep canal system called the Volga-Don canal system, which connects up to the Caspian Sea. Ukraine is only left with Odessa as a port. They are using this to move their grains, but sticking to the territorial waters of Romania so that the ships can move freely. The war the war is a human tragedy. 12 million people have fled their homes. 5 million have gone abroad and 7 are displaced within Ukraine. Casualties are ominous. 3 lakhs killed, 120 injured, 3 lakh casualties among the Russians, and Ukraine about 70,000. So you see, this war has brought on a lot of human tragedy. As far as the state of war is concerned, Ukraine claims that the counteroffensive was delayed because the weapons from NATO were late in coming. NATO claims they are not trained well enough to handle them. Winter is here, good for Russia. They will again try and twist the tail of Ukraine and Europe with their energy threats. NATO does promise not to abandon Ukraine, and that is great news for the military-industrial complex. There are many debates the world over of guns versus butter. Well, it has not worked for Ukraine, and it never works for anyone. There can be no debate between guns and butter. They are both important. In 1991, Ukraine was the fourth largest army of the world. They had a huge number of tanks, armored vehicles, weapons, ammunition, and a very large industry. Those guys looking for butter decided to sell the military hardware to anyone. Tanks to Pakistan and an under construction aircraft carrier to China. So once they sold everything, they had nothing left, and 2014, Russia moved in into Crimea and the two eastern republics. They had a large Black Sea fleet which became Russian the moment it was captured. Well, all this is an impact of hubris, hankar, like our children would understand, and a politics of indifference, udastina di rajniti, udashinta di rajniti. Europe, when the Cold War ended, thought they were very, very safe. They started downsizing their militaries. They mothballed their hunters like the Leopard tank. Mothballing for the children is when you put away important military equipment so that it can be brought up sometimes later when required. It was required now. The Leopard tanks took days or weeks and months to reactivate. As far as the USA was concerned, USA did away with its short-range AD weapons because they felt that short-range AD was not required since the world was fighting CI ops. They diverted their mechanized efforts towards CI ops in Iran and Afghanistan sometimes in the 1980s, continued through 1990s, and now they are again waking up to get back those short-range weapons because now we have threats from the drones, we have threats from the aircraft which can hit targets from a short range. So they need these short-range AD weapons. They are remanufacturing these weapons after waiting for about 2 decades of not having them. Such was the hubris and indifference of the Americans. Well, there are alarm bells too. The Russians went into battle in February 22 thinking they could just walk on to Kyiv. You see there a group of tanks going into battle, parked as if they are parked in a parking lot. They were hit by enemy fire, and that is what happened to them. This is, ladies and gentlemen, a lack of training and also overconfidence. Well, a thing which every army needs is communications. The Russians walked into Ukraine thinking they would use the Ukrainian mobile cellular communication system. How naive. Would anybody allow that? The Ukrainians were well prepared. They were able to detect Russian headquarters. They were able to detect Russian generals and killed them. So ladies and gentlemen, communications is vital, and the Russians failed to use their own. This is very interesting. This is a warning for all of us. We tend to sometimes use soldiers to push political agendas. This happened in Bakhmut. Both the countries' governments thought Bakhmut was very important to them, and they kept fighting here despite very heavy casualties. The Ukrainians kept telling lies to their troops, and the Russians never cared because they had a paid army or a company, a private army working for them, and they didn't have to give any accountability to their people. But Bakhmut is an example of putting our soldiers, using our soldiers as cannon fodder, or any army, that is in the sense, any army using its soldiers as cannon fodder. You can see the pictures, the scorched earth and the waterlogged trenches are not from World War I, they are from the Ukrainian war. Well, in the final account, I have tried to bring the current status to our notice. Actually, Russia should have learned lessons from India. We fought a lightning war, the war of liberation of Bangladesh in 1971. We avoided or bypassed all enemy concentrations and headed for Dhaka. The war was over in 13 days before the bullies, that is the superpowers, could react and prevent us from doing anything. And Ukraine today is perhaps, like I said, the 647th day of war. Now you'll have winters, then you'll have Rasputita, the mud. The war will now, in real sense, get into a bit of a slowdown and restart in 2024, March. So you can imagine how far this 647 days will extend. So militaries who have an intent fight the lightning war like we did in Bangladesh. Now I'll request Brigadier Chaube to cover the lessons learned in the military sense.
Well, I think there's some technical glitch, but I'll start off with my part of the story. So firstly, thank you so much for such a comprehensive and lucid analysis of the entire Russia-Ukraine conflict. Now, the first thing, even if when you have heard the army commander when he came here, he told about the Bhagavad Gita and the war at Mahabharata. If you see this photograph in front of you, this is one of very epic photograph where Krishna tells Arjun, Karmanya vadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana, ma far karm phal hetu bhu, ma te sangostani karmani. That is, you keep on doing your job and don't wait for the fruits to ripe, and it will fall into your basket when they have to. But the opposite is also true when we say a failure not to act in the line of dharma could lead to chaos and destruction. In modern times, the dharma could be translated into a righteous act and ethical action. And the neglect of these principles can eventually lead to destruction of not only societies but civilizations. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel really honored and privileged indeed to be here again. Last year also, as part of the 6th edition, I was here, and this is the second time I'm part of the Millet Fest. The topic has been deliberated enough. I'll not go into the details of it, but yes, to start off with the geopolitical landscape, the South Asia is a multifaceted web of diplomatic, military and economic relationships that have a profound implication for the region's stability. While navigating the intricate and complex landscape of South Asia, India confronts a multitude of challenges including territorial disputes, proxy warfare, terrorism, resource scarcity, geopolitical rivalries, and personal vested interests, to name a few. India, over a period of time, has created a distinct mark not only in the world but mainly in Southeast Asia. The region is still grappling with profound instability, and the political economic scene in this region at times dictates the situation in the world because of cheap manpower and labor. When we come to the warfare, the modern warfare and the selective total warfare, these are two different terms. Talking of modern warfare, it's not unlike earlier times when there used to be two armies face to face fighting man to man and in a battlefield. It used to start in the morning and end up in the evening. Today, the wars are fought in the cozy corners of your rooms with a computer in your hand or a laptop or a palm top or even a mobile. So, the modern warfare again portrays a picture of a varied mix of things which make it a very potent yet a very dangerous form of warfare. Coming to selective total warfare, when we are talking about this field, it is the warfare which is happening in Israel-Hamas or the topic which is here, Russia-Ukraine. We just have seen that the Russia-Ukraine war has entered into 400 plus days and counting. The end is not very near and nobody is seeing light at the end of the tunnel. But what we are seeing every day is the destruction. What we are seeing is the gory scenes or the videos which are coming out of it. And it is making an impact world over. Now, when we talk of the war in totality, we have to understand some nuances of it which affect the warfare not only in the political arena but also in the military arena. So being a man in uniform, I will be specifically talking on those. Multipolar world is a word which we have seen recently evolving and growing faster. We had unipolar world at one time, then we had two main powers, cold era, the cold age, and now when we are talking of a multipolar world, there are different angles and different actors to it which are making warfare or war fighting even more difficult. And the only interest which is trying to bind them today maybe is the economic interest, whether overtly or covertly. In Russia-Ukraine war also, we can see it clearly written on the wall that how different countries have got different stakes into this warfare and how they are making the ends meet. Like I brought the economy at center stage. When we talk of any war or when we talk of any act, there is some money attached to it. And what better example than warfare? The conflict of Russia and Ukraine has deep-rooted economic dimensions for the countries which are involved in the war and also the countries which are supporting the war, overtly or covertly. One of the takeaways from the conflict is that before resorting to such a military move, deliberate planning and preparation is a must. India has always maintained its composure and has been a propagator of peace and tranquility not only in its neighborhood but also the world over. But as the famous saying goes about money, that I am not the God, but I am no less than a God. Further moving ahead, we come to something known as the battle of narratives. As they say, any statement is as good as the argument behind it. So similarly, the battle of narratives, as are built by both the fractions in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, is a very interesting read and a thing to follow. Every day we are seeing the things which are coming in the media, be it social media, be it print media, or be it electronic media. The moment we see one side, we read about one side and we see pictures about one side, we get swayed. And the moment we see another, we are thinking maybe that side also has got a logic or a reason. So, this battle of narratives leads to this concept known as jus et bellum, or a just war. Today, taking a choice or making a choice between right or wrong, between Russia or Ukraine, or NATO or Russian Empire is very difficult. The battle of narratives coupled with the concept of jus et bellum is making us even more confused as we go deeper and more longer into this war. The role of UN and other multinational agencies which are there, which have got a role to play into the war or the world peace, is again a question of debate. The United Nations is trying its best to resolve this war and end this war as soon as possible, but that's not happening on ground. India's role as an emerging global power is one of the cautious diplomatic strategy which Indians are following, and we have got historical ties with that region. The partnership with Ukraine is also moving north, but then this war has again put a question mark on it. Now what should we do? The thing which should be done is the integrated and synergistic approach to conflict. Today the war fighting is not limited to one arm or one service or even one domain of only the kinetic form of warfare. The need of a unified approach to war, which would entail using the capabilities of all instruments of policy under the country, is a must and must be used. If we go back to history, the 1971 Bangladesh Liberation War was a huge success and still is quoted as an example. It was not because that we won the war in a very short time. It was not because somebody played overwhelmingly well. It was because they were just synergized, orchestrated and planned move at each level. And then it resulted into what we know as the largest surrender in the history of mankind. The recent initiative by the Government of India and followed by the other branches and other departments of the Ministry of Defence as well as ministries which are supporting the cause is known as Atmanirbhar Bharat. Atmanirbhar, as the word says in Hindi, At means self, Nirbhar is reliant. Today if any country goes for war, and especially in the case of Russia and Ukraine, as Sir has just brought up this example, using the cellular networks, thinking that they could ride on some other's wave and have a good time was a wrong presumption and assumption. We all know what happened in Kargil war. The signals are jammed. So the answer to this is having our own mechanism, having our own systems, be it communication, be it ammunition, be it weapons, be it support systems we require. And for that what we require is Atmanirbhar Bharat concept, where we make in India, make for India and made by India. Now, when we come to the military diplomacy, Indian Army has always been an instrument of state policy. We have proved our mettle time and again, and in future also whenever it comes, we will rise and shine. So, the multi-dimensional war which Indian Army is willing to fight or will have to fight in the offering has got a complex web of all kind and type of war fighting. This war fighting will involve not only the men in uniform, it will involve everybody, right from a citizen who is sitting in his home to a man who is driving a truck or to a person who is out there on the seas. A synergized and a complete or whole of a nation approach will result that we win a war whenever we go for a war. But are war going to be short? This used to be a point of debate and discussion, and as a foregone conclusion, it was said that war will be very short, and there was some terms which were even coined, that short notice, intense, proactive, escalatory warfare and like. But today, when we see this war, even Israel-Hamas war, which has just started not very long, and this war, 651 days and counting, we have to be prepared for very, very long and protracted warfare, which will have a drain on the resources of the country. The nuclear umbrella, which at one point in time was thought as the thing that any country or any state or non-state actor which has got the nuclear arsenal or nuclear weapon which rule the roost or call the shots, it's not happening anymore. It is a deterrent, but then it comes with huge, huge cost. Anybody who uses it first knows the overwhelming retaliatory action which will come onto him and the citizens of that part of the country. So even in Russia-Ukraine conflict, we are seeing that nuclear thing is not talked of, and we are just restricting to the conventional form of warfare. When we come to the jointness and integration, we all know that be it mountain warfare, be it desert warfare, be it sea war, we need to have a very close integration between all the arms and services. We need specialized people to do specialized tasks. And small team concept is the thing what we need. The command agencies, we need a plethora of command agencies. It's out there in open, we all know about it, right from at the helm of affairs where we have cyber, we have got special forces, we have got name a thing, and it is there. And today, the bright side of it, we are having the command agencies well in place and they are well entrenched. Now when we come to the forms and types of warfare, there are urban warfare, the conventional warfare, the hybrid warfare and the grey zone warfare. These are all terms which are used, intermingled and spoken at various places. But suffice to say that when we will be fighting a war, it will be a mix of hybrid war being fought in grey zone. Just a line about grey zone. When we talk of grey zone, we are talking of an arena or we are talking of an area where the war will be fought between state and non-state actors, and deniability will be the in thing. So grey zone is not an all-out war. Grey zone is the shaded area. It is neither black, it is neither white. It is the greyish area or the area of deniability or the area of saying, no, we have not done it. That is grey zone. And talking of hybrid war, we are seeing it in Russia-Ukraine war. Every form of warfare is being used, right from artificial intelligence, cyber warfare, to UAVs, UCAVs, and even unmanned ground vehicles. Now a word about air defense cover. Today, nobody is outside the battlefield. The idea of yesteryears that we are away from the battle area, we are away from the danger area is gone. 5,000 rockets being fired and overwhelming the Iron Dome of Israel is an apt example. If I can draw an analogy in Hindi, there's a famous two-line quote which I will like to quote here. It says, द्वंद्व कहाँ तक पाला जाए, युद्ध कहाँ तक टाला जाए, तू भी राणा का वंशज है, फेंक जहाँ तक भाला जाए. It amplifies that bhala today has become the weapon. It has become the astra, it has become the shastra. Today, even with the best of the air defense systems in the world, there are chances that when somebody wants, he or she will strike you and strike you at a place, a time of his choosing, and when you are not just predicting that you will be striked. So we have to be very clear what we need to do. So the requirement today is that we have all these things as part of our arsenal. We have to have that technological infusion. When you are seeing the drones, when you are seeing the TTPs, it is basically tactics, technology and procedures. We need to change our tactics. We need to evolve new procedures. We need to be in sync with the technology. If we are there, we better be better equipped, well trained and a will to win. Then only the outcome will be victory on our side. And last but not the least, when we talk of soldiering and soldiering ethos, the Naam Namak Nishan for which every Indian soldier fights for, across the spectrum of Army, Navy, Air Force, that is the thing which will remain the cornerstone for anybody. In Israel, Hamas war, we are seeing how the all women crew are charging and doing things which nobody expected. Even Ukraine and Russia war, on one side we might be thinking that the people are dying, but then the volunteers which are coming forward in large numbers across the places is a testimony or is an example enough to prove that when we have got soldiers who fight for dharma, who fight for just, who fight for the cause which is right, the victory is surely bound to be theirs. And in the end, I will like to conclude by saying that Indian Defence Forces are omnipresent and omnipotent. Thank you and Jai Hind.
May I just take a question with you?
Please, sir.
You've just spoken about the very impactful effect of drones.
Sir.
As of yesterday, there was an attack on Ukraine, Kyiv, 75 Russian drones, all downed.
Yeah.
No casualty. There were 5 injured. So do you think the drone is here to change the texture of warfare, or it's just a new weapon which is maybe growing up? Well, I'm not talking of the very, very expensive drones which America flies or which we have in a few numbers. I'm talking about these drones which are just swarming areas and doing what they are doing.
Sir, very, very apt question. In fact, this is the question which is bothering everybody who is out there in the battlefield or likely to go into battlefield. The drones today, like already alluded, we are not talking of the sophisticated drones which can lift up a human being and drop him somewhere, or which have, armed drones, the UCAVs we call them. The small drones or the swarm drones, if I can talk in layman terms, what we saw in Ahmedabad when the World Cup was happening, and before that, in many shows we see these drones, they are flying, they are lighting up the sky and making various images. This is a very, very potent threat. And like I always alluded, that TTPs, the tactics, the technology and the procedures, they are going for a big change, sir. Because if we don't change, if we remain static, if we remain concentrated, if we remain vulnerable, then before going into the war, there are places, there are times when enemy can hit us and hit us real bad. And these drones are so cost effective and they don't require anybody who is educated. They are self-driven. They are autonomous. They are heat-seeking. They look for signatures. They look for thickness of the metal. They look for helmets. They are pre-fed. They are loitering drones. So drones is a thing which is really, really going to change the way the war fighting will be fought. in near future.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Grateful.
May I now request General Prakash Menon to speak to us on the higher geostrategic and geopolitical impacts of this war. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Firstly, let me thank the organization, General Mao Shergill, for this honor and opportunity. I'm going to speak to you about the political strategic aspects and the lessons that India can possibly learn from a war which is still ongoing. I think we need to understand that the present is actually the past unrolled, waiting for action. And the past is the notion that we need to understand from what things have taken place. It has to be unrolled. What we are doing here is trying to unroll whatever is the current history of an ongoing conflict. So what lessons do we actually learn? And I think I'll just touch on three themes which probably would be relevant to India. Probably. Because to be certain about anything about war itself would actually be an issue of overconfidence, because nobody can predict the trajectory of wars. Each war has its own dynamics, its own forces at play. Each context is different. What applies to a particular context need not apply to the other one. So we have to be careful of the lessons that we derive. But military leaders and politicians, for that matter, or diplomats, have no choice but to learn from the past. But that should not be an inhibiting factor which will actually keep you from being blinded to the reality of the present. So, the first major point I want to make is the issue of the utility of force itself. War is about utilizing force, fundamentally violence, to inflict, or through threat of infliction, of destruction, killing, wounding. This is the core competence of the military. Now, violence is something which changes things drastically more than anything else. And it can change for a long time. And if you look at any war, the resort to violence has to be understood from what is sought to be gained. What are the political objectives of that war? Ukraine was invaded by Russia in this particular phase of the war. So just understanding what has taken place now, we must understand what has taken place before, and I think that was covered a little earlier, was under the impression that they could use the military powers of what is very strong Russia to actually invade Ukraine and take over that country so that Ukraine does not join the European Union or the NATO. It was about stopping Ukraine from actually taking a particular side. So if you look at that particular objective, Russia has already lost this war. Because Ukraine, for sure, even if whichever way the war ends, and nobody can predict that, would definitely be unforgiving of what has happened to them through Russian military power, and would certainly, the doors are already opening for them to join the European Union and NATO, which is precisely what Russia wanted to avoid. That seems to be unavoidable unless Russia at the end of this war is able to take over the capital, have some sort of a government in place which actually supports them. At this point in time, that seems to be unlikely. So what is the lesson for us? The lesson for us is India is part of its national security doctrine in this day and age, and especially since we are a nuclear power and the adversaries which we confront are also nuclear powers, would be best advised not or use force as much as possible to try and resolve disputes which we have with our main adversaries. We should not be the initiator. We should believe that dialogue is the most civilized way of solving issues. But that does not mean that the sword arm of the state, which is the military, is not prepared, that if necessary, and that depends upon the context, on the stakes which are at play, that this politician should have this instrument ready to use it. But when to decide to use it is a political call. It is what the politicians decide after they consult the military. But the point is that what we see is India has used force when necessary. You have to use force if somebody actually attacks you. That, of course, is self-defense. But the utility of force of solving the problem is what is questionable. Can we go to war with Pakistan and stop Pakistan from actually using terrorism as a tool of foreign policy? Not so. You weaken a state, and then the only instrument left for them to actually react is terrorism, because the terrorism is an instrument of the weak against the strong. So if China actually takes away some of our territory, we are duty bound to react, firstly stop them, and do the same thing to them. So this idea that force, unlike in the previous times, is now subjugated to what is called the nuclear cloud, the nuclear shadow. And this is so because it is not about who has more weapons, nuclear weapons. It is about that even a small number of weapons, if they are exchanged, can cause damage at a scale and speed which cannot be imagined, which we have only seen in the use of nuclear weapons in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And for those of you who need to see the photographs again to be reminded of it, have a look, especially those young people who are sitting at the back, the children here. It was a devastation beyond imagination. So India has to be very careful, and we don't have to follow what the West does, what America does, what Russia does, because they are very quick to try and solve problem by the draw of the gun. India has been much more prudent in pulling out the gun and start shooting each other. I think that would be a wiser way of managing it. It does not mean that the gun is not prepared. It does not mean the gun will never be used. The use of the gun is a non-use because you have the gun to make sure that the other guy doesn't use his gun. And that's practically described as deterrence. So that's the first lesson we need to learn from Putin's Russia and the war at the moment. And I just want to emphasize, Putin is fighting a non-nuclear state. Ukraine gave up its weapons on the promise by Russia that it will make sure that it will not use force against it. But in international affairs, a promise is only worth as much as it can travel. Normally it exhausts itself, and that's not uncommon, because that is the nature of relationships. What we can take from the past into the present and the future, and the common thread, the fabric that unites all this, is what is common is human nature. Human beings can be good, bad and ugly. In each one of you, you have an angel, then you can be very nice to each other. There is also the devil sitting there, where anger and hatred is the central emotion. So what is common in all these things is human nature, because man, in many senses, is ambitious, greedy. He normally wants something which he doesn't have and which others have. But he can also be good. But what we see as the panorama of history and as we read history is, most of the time, it is the devil which has actually had his heyday. So the second issue which I want to tell you is that we live in an information age, which means that the ability for information to travel, target mass audiences, and at the speed of light is growing, and on platforms and forms which were not seen before, whether it is the media, whether it is what is called X now, which used to be Twitter before, or any of these things. Now what does it do? It has the impact of conveying stories, because all of these are stories, to affect the minds not only of individual leaders and political leaders, but even of the mass population. Beliefs can be strengthened if you already believe in something, or it can be changed. And all this information which is there is now more and more, because of artificial intelligence, facing the possibility that you can actually tell a story and it will be a complete yarn, but make it look so real that people will believe it, what we call deep fakes and the rest of it. So this particular characteristics of the information age is something which both India needs to harness, because we need to keep people on our side. We need to make sure that our information system are protected. We need to make sure that we have the ability to actually get these stories out, to win more friends. And we need to make sure that the lies which are told against us are countered. In my experience, except probably in India today, I think the BJP IT cell is the best organized in this sphere. Probably in the government, the MEA is the best organized. We need to get this act together. We have an information board which is headed by the NSA, whose main mandate is looking after information warfare and information security. But what they have actually done is not known in the public. But we certainly, in terms of its delivery, needs to improve. So the information age is going to get murkier. You can tell lies and get away with it. It might be more difficult to project the truth. The impact is on leaders. And this makes also all these situations, especially when you're at war, unstable. In the previous old era, we used to be worried about rumors spreading. You know, it used to go from mouth to mouth. Now it doesn't go from mouth to mouth. It goes from eyeball to eyeball through videos and the rest of it. At a speed which is impossible to fathom. It can only get faster. So the issue is, how does India use the technological capacity which this offers, both challenges and opportunities, to make it better? If you look at the way this war has been handled, whatever it is, the Ukrainians have managed successfully to get most of the world on their side. Russians probably have less sympathy, and it matters in international affairs. Although Russia also has a story to tell, but I think in this war, Ukraine has been able to best it. And one more thing about technology which I think we need to understand, because there were talks about drones and so on. In war and warfare, technology is contestable. You can make a drone today, somebody tomorrow will actually find a way to shoot it down, as has been discussed. But it is always an action-reaction cycle. So in the end, what happens is a new gadget which comes to town and promises such great delivery of results normally tends to disappoint over the long run. But the point is, we should be able to visualize what is coming and we should be able to counter that. Whether we have the capacity to do so is actually questionable. And this, I would like to differ from this idea of Atma-Nirbharta, which I find is a slogan. Self-reliance, as it used to be called in the old days, is a mirage. In the type of systems which we have, in the supply chain that it is involved, there is no question of being self-reliant in everything. We should be self-reliant as much as possible, but for the very large and important systems, we need to actually have diverse supply chains which probably will provide us some relief. So the last point I have, and this is a point which actually is slightly sensitive in nature, is about civil-military relations. Putin, who was given the understanding by his military advisors that this is going to be a cakewalk into Kiev, the war will be over sooner than later, has obviously been misled by his military leadership. So the lesson for us is that for preparation of war and for the conduct of war, there is the importance of having very deep, continuous, institutionalized civil-military relations. Why do I say this? Just because today's war is not about only the military. Today's war is fought by many arms of the government, many instruments of the state. All that has to be integrated for one common purpose. It is only the political leaders who can make it so, because the essence of civil-military relations lies in improving military effectiveness. That is why it is required. In the first instance, political leaders have to be very clear what do they want the military to be prepared for, and when war starts, what do they want them to achieve. Now this cannot be a decision which the politicians take without having a dialogue with military leaders. Because military is one instrument of the state for which Do not expect the political leaders to have great knowledge of how this instrument is to be applied. That is the professional field of the military leader. It is about applying violence to achieve political objectives. You have to convert violence by applying it or threatening it to achieve what the politician wants you to do. It's a conversion which is the art of the general or the admiral or the air marshal. It involves a currency which will change depending upon the context. It is not permanent. Depending upon what sort of war is won, what sort of political objectives is to be achieved. That is the challenge. When the parliament attack took place, Prime Minister Vajpayee told the chiefs, "Kuch karo." That is not the way of conveying political objectives. Of course, Kuch Karo became mobilization, and you know what happened after that. So one of the weaknesses is, even for preparation, military must be told this is what you have to be prepared for. But even in that process, it has to be part of a dialogue. What India lacks, therefore, is that it doesn't have a document, what we can call it a national security strategy, which actually shapes India's military instrument. It is a lacuna which might cost us dear. When the war is taking place, it is for the military leaders to inform the political leaders what are the risks which are involved, what are going to be the costs, and these are not judgments which can be easily made, but that's what military leaders have to do, and that dialogue has to be constant. Because if you don't have it, the political leaders might either underutilize you or ask you to do something which you cannot do. So the importance here is that military leaders have to have, unlike politicians and the rest of this country, at the core they must have very strong character. They must have the ability to tell truth to the politician. If they don't, then this country can be in trouble. And that's the lesson we need to take from that war. On that note, I think I thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are open for a question.
We have time only for one question. Just one single question, please.
Now, how do you relate civil-military relations where the military leadership is afraid to be honest with the political leadership for fear of losing their chair or losing the next lucrative plum? So perhaps Putin was given by his military leaders what he wanted to hear. And I'd rather say a similar state of affairs obtains in India today.
I don't think it would be right to cast aspersions on people who wear the uniform today. I don't intend to do that. But the point is that let's take it that this is a speculatively, possibly right situation, then the only way to address is how do you select your military leaders? How do you select them? You need to change the selection system so that people who speak the truth, who have better professional capacity, come to one, not the guy who are called the fart catchers. You know what fart catchers are? Well, there was this colonel in a particular institution. It was called a fart catcher because he was so close to the commandant, he stood behind him, and people used to say, he's always waiting to catch his fart. So, we need to change the selection system is the only thing in case what you speculate is right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Please.
There's one more question, please.
So don't take
Haji. Quickly, quickly.
Thank you, sir. Sir, it is for you itself.
Little loudly, closer.
Okay, we can understand war of the day and war of 70s have so many dimensions, है ना? So you told कि Putin should learn lesson from India. War of 70s of our Bangladesh war and war of the day. There is huge difference and so many dimensions there. Little bit you can explain how.
Okay.
It was
Very
very
quickly.
small. Yes.
Like it was told that Kiev was the target, and if Kiev had been captured within a reasonable time, Ukraine, the entire spectrum would have been different. So that didn't happen. Although the Russian forces were sitting on the borders of Ukraine for a long time, and they had to just go about 60, 70 or 100 odd kilometers. That didn't happen. So I go back to 71. We bypassed all concentration. Firstly, we prepared for that war. Manekshaw took his time. Manekshaw chose his time. And when we went in, we avoided hitting the enemy head on, bypass them and head for Dhaka. You had the 7th Fleet waiting or coming in. So you had powers which would have stopped you. But we beat that. And I hope the Russians had taken lessons from that. That's what I meant.
Thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for a very incisive analysis and overview. And now I'd like to present some mementos of the 7th Literature Festival. We are going to be overrunning time. So I'm sorry. I think they'll be available to speak with you outside. So I'm going to have to call this to a close right now. And we would love to present some mementos to you from the on behalf of Chandigarh, Military Literature Festival, 7th. So to Major General Harvijay Singh, to Lieutenant General Prakash Menon, and to Brigadier Deepak Chaube. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Hello. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we would be commencing with the second panel discussion in a while from now. So kindly do settle down. In the meantime, may I request the panelists to kindly come up. I'll just give out the names of the panelists. Mr. R.K. Kaushik, IAS. Mr. Ajay Bisaria, Indian Foreign Service, Brigadier Harshvardhan Singh, and Mrs. Rakhi Gupta Bhandari, the panelists for the next discussion. Also interesting to note, we would be having Mr. Mani Shankar Iyer, who would be on a Zoom link. So all the students here who are here, come up, please occupy the chairs. आराम से बैठ जाइए, settle हो जाइए. We have some vacant chairs in the front also. So all those really interested, kindly come up. You will establish an eye contact and benefit from this very interesting panel discussion. Kindly do come up. Right, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 7th Military Literature Festival being organized at the Lake Club in the city beautiful Chandigarh. I am Colonel Ashish Bedi, a veteran from the cavalry, along with my co-hosts for this event, that's Aradhika, who was speaking before me, and we have Parneet, who will be coming up in a little while from now. Extend a very warm welcome to all of you. You just heard a very interesting panel discussion by eminent panelists. I too have been given the chance to introduce this panel which is sitting on to my right. Ladies and gentlemen, a very difficult task. The series were this big, and to consolidate and shorten the CV and speak words about eminent people is something which is not very simple. So if I do miss out something which is relevant to you, do pardon me, because the length was enormous. Right. Before I introduce the panelists, let me tell you what we would be hearing from this panel today. The topic, which has been chosen, selected, a lot of thought been given at the highest level and then being presented in front of this august gathering. Pakistan, that is still a feudal society with the military clan at the helm, is at its lowest economically and politically, with an orthodox ideology of the Taliban expectantly waiting to enter on its northwest. So, what are the scenarios that could arise from this combustive mix and the strategy that India should follow? And now, the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one vacant chair, and that is for a gentleman who is on a Zoom link and will be speaking to us through a Zoom link. So let me start from the missing chair. That is Mr. Mani Shankar Iyer, Indian Foreign Service. He is a well-known figure. He is an Indian diplomat, politician, and government official. The gentleman had a distinguished foreign service career and post that became a senior leader in the Indian National Congress. Next we have Mr. Ajay Bisaria, Indian Foreign Service. He is a strategic advisor and commentator on international affairs. He has had a distinguished diplomatic career spanning 35 years and as a member of Indian Foreign Service. He knows Russian, German and Urdu apart from Hindi and English. The third panelist for this session is Brigadier Harsh Vardhan, who is an alumnus of Mayo College, Ajmer, and was commissioned into the mechanized infantry. He has been recently nominated to attend the prestigious National Defence College course at the capital. Next, we have another well-known figure, that is Mrs. Rakhi Gupta Bhandare, Indian Administrative Service. The lady is a 1997 batch IAS officer who is currently the Principal Secretary, Department of Parliamentary Affairs. In addition, she is also the Principal Secretary, Department of Tourism and Cultural Affairs. She has an avid interest in writing and has published many articles as well as poems in leading newspapers and magazines. And last but not the least, the moderator for the session, Mr. Ravinder Kumar Kaushik, IAS. He joined the civil services in 1987 in the Punjab cadre. He has held various important positions in the government, but always continued his interest in Pakistan. He would be moderating this session for you. So over to the panel. Sirs, you have 1 hour, and we would request you to kindly stick to the timelines so that we carry on with balance of the sessions. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello. Thank you very much, sir, for inviting us here in this important session, which is about Pakistan. As we all know, our neighbor has to tread a difficult journey in its life of 76 years as a nation state. One thing which when one scans the history of Pakistan, one thing is very clear, that in Pakistan the establishment has always played a conspicuous role in its history. What is establishment? Especially for the youngsters who are sitting here, the establishment is headed by the army chief. In simple language, it is the army, the inter-services intelligence, the judiciary, the bureaucracy, supported by pusillanimous politicians, and lastly the press and media, a large section of that supporting the establishment. As we all know, the journey of Pakistan started on 14th August 47. In the first 11 years of its journey as a nation state, it had 4 governor generals and 7 prime ministers. So we can understand the instability they had, and that forced once Pandit Nehru to pejoratively say that I don't change my dresses so often as Pakistan changes its prime ministers. The whole journey of 76 years can be subdivided into 8-9 parts. We'll be discussing the different aspects with the illustrious panel. But briefly, if I have to recollect and rejuvenate your memory, the first 11 years, 4 governor generals, 7 prime ministers. Then Ayub Khan years, 11 years again, from 20th October 58 to 25th March 69. Then quarter to 3 years of General Yahya Khan. Then the Dhaka fall and demitting of office by General Yahya Khan on 20th December 71. Then the Bhutto period of 5.5 years. Then again 11 years of General Ziaul Haq from 5th July 77 to 17th August 88. Then again 11 years, 2 terms each for Benazir and Nawaz. Then 12th October 99 comes and Musharraf takes over. Again, 8.5 years for Musharraf till middle of February 2008. Then 10 years, 5 years for Pakistan People's Party headed by Asif Ali Zardari, and another 5 years of Nawaz Sharif's rule. 4 years he ruled, 1 year there was Shahid Khaqan Abbasi, his protege, who has left him now. And then comes 18th August 2018 when Imran Khan takes over. He rules till 9th April 2022, and since then about 14-15 months for Shehbaz Sharif, Nawaz's younger brother, and now a caretaker government. So in brief, this is the history of Pakistan. But one thing which is very conspicuous is that the establishment has always carried the day and has always ruled Pakistan. No politician can survive beyond a particular time without the support of establishment of Pakistan, which, as I have explained earlier, means the army, the ISI, bureaucracy, judiciary supporting it, pusillanimous politicians, weak politicians helping it out, and then there, of course, the proteges of the establishment, and then the journalists, TV anchors, social media activists. Now, there are only 2 instances in Pakistan's history where establishment has not ruled, where it could not dictate terms to civilian leaders. The first was first 3.5 years up to 17th January 1951, the day from the British Commander-in-Chief, General Ayub Khan took over as Commander-in-Chief of the Pakistan Army. First 3.5 years, starting from 14th August 47 to 17th of January 1951. This 3.5 years period, the 2 army chiefs were both Britishers, and the establishment had no say. It was in the initial years of Pakistan's existence as a nation state. The second period was 20th December 71 to 5th July 77, when Mr. Zulfikar Ali Bhutto was ruling. He was a very flamboyant, self-confident, imperious leader with a lot of popularity. He forced the establishment, which was fresh from the disaster of Dhaka, forced the establishment to play second fiddle to it. At that time also, the establishment of Pakistan played second fiddle to Mr. Bhutto. Of course, the army chiefs were only 2, General Tika Khan and for 1 year General Ziaul Haq, till the takeover of the government by Ziaul Haq on 5th July 1977. So briefly, we will discuss the various aspects of Pakistan as a nation state from the defense angle, diplomatic angle. Mrs. Rakhi Gupta Bhandari would dilate on the cultural aspect. So we will, as we proceed further with the interaction, we will be dealing with the various aspects. First of all, I would request the panelist, the first panelist is Mr. Mani Shankar Iyer, who is a former IFS officer and a former union minister. He would be joining us from Johannesburg in South Africa. So I would request the team to zoom and connect with Mr. Mani Shankar Iyer. Over to Mr. Mani Shankar Iyer. Thank you.
I should come back to where I was. I'll have to go back. I'll have to go back to where I can get the connection. Yeah, so I should put this on. Yeah. Can you give me the hearing?
Only this one here. You can put it in nicer. Only this one here works, okay?
Sorry?
No working this one.
Only one.
Yeah. Is it right?
Have I been asked to speak?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Greetings to you from Johannesburg. I have forgotten to bring my earphones with me, so some temporary arrangement has been made by the hotel. I can't hear you people, but I hope you can hear me. So you'll forgive me for making this a monologue rather than a dialogue. I just can't hear. However, I have seen the blur that has introduced this session. And I must say, it could have been written at any time in the last 75 years. Pakistan has internally always been in political instability except under army rule. That's the curious paradox, that what is terrible for the Pakistanis, which is military rule, is the opportunity that we get to be able to establish some kind of a rapport with the Pakistani people. For let us never forget that it was in Ayub Khan's time that we succeeded in finalizing the inter-quarters agreement that has lasted now for the better part of 63 years and has overcome 3 or 4 different wars between the two countries. Also, it was in Musharraf's time that we had this dialogue on Kashmir on the back program. And in Ziaul Haq's time, he was in frequent touch with Rajiv Gandhi, so that when Rajiv Gandhi ceased being the Prime Minister in August of 1990, he gave an interview to Sunday magazine in which he said that he had established such a close rapport with Ziaul Haq that he was able to pick up the telephone and prevent Operation Brass Tacks from deteriorating into an India-Pakistan war. So I disagree with Clausewitz, who held that war is the continuation of diplomacy by other means. War is what happens when diplomacy breaks down. And obviously diplomacy cannot break down until it is initiated. And for the last 9 years, going on 10, we have had no dialogue of any significance with Pakistan. We sent one of our brightest ever foreign service officers, Ajay Desaria, who is with us now, as the High Commissioner to Islamabad. But his period was completely infructuous because the government of India was not willing to talk to Pakistan. So we have decided apparently that we will run a relationship with Pakistan which is without any diplomacy. Now that is to ignore the military position. The fact of the matter is that the most important strategic change that has taken place for our military situation is that the Chinese are no longer behind the Himalaya. They are on the Indus at almost exactly the same point where Alexander was in 326 BC. So there wouldn't need to be a pincer movement for Pakistan and China together to attack India. They could join hands in attacking on the Western Front, and then they would be faced with a truly difficult military situation. In these circumstances, I think it reinforces the need for resuming diplomatic contacts with Pakistan and above all, initiating an uninterrupted and uninterruptible dialogue. For we have experience has shown us that when dialogue does take place and is persisted in, then solutions are found, such as the 4-point proposal on Kashmir, such as the Indus Waters Treaty, such as the restraint on Operation Brass Tacks to not change into an India-Pakistan war. So we need diplomacy in order to contain both Pakistan as well as China. It is only the failure of diplomacy with regard to these two countries, or rather the absence of conversation between India on the one hand and China and Pakistan on the other, that has placed us in the strategic dilemma with which we are faced today. I am not suggesting that we should not have an army, and I am not suggesting that we should not ready for a military response. but let people of Punjab particularly know that if things were to deteriorate into war, the battlefield would largely be our Punjab and their Punjab. Now this is not a situation which gives any cause for satisfaction. We have seen just now in Israel and Gaza that violence results in begets violence, and we can have a really dreadful situation in both areas, Gaza as well as Israel. Now we don't want that to happen in India, and we don't want it to happen in Pakistan. There is nothing that we can do to bring political stability or economic growth to Pakistan. And we are not in any position to militarily prevent the Pakistan establishment or elements of it from supporting people like the Lashkar-e-Taiba. The fact of the matter is that our single biggest asset in Pakistan is the goodwill of the people of Pakistan. And it is on this goodwill that we need to build, not on the ill will of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Now if we build on the goodwill of the people of Pakistan and elements of the establishment, then I think there is a prospect of at least having a viable relationship with Pakistan, if not a friendly one. There is no doubt that there are elements in Pakistan that will continue with a proxy war, with terrorist attacks in Kashmir in particular, and perhaps hitting at other targets in India. But the answer to that lies in protecting ourselves, not in aggressing on our neighbor. And in these circumstances, it becomes even more important for the Ajay Bisariyas of the world to be given the opportunity of talking to their Pakistan counterparts. And the history of our diplomacy with Pakistan shows that when we talk to them, progress is made. When we don't talk to them, then by definition, progress cannot be made. In these circumstances, it is true that we have to keep ourselves militarily ready, but the most important arrow in our quiver, or the weapon in our armory, should be diplomacy, negotiation, and conversation. I say this in the light of our experience with China. There was a complete standoff between India and China from 1962 till 1988, when Rajiv Gandhi visited Beijing, becoming the first Indian in several decades, Indian Prime Minister in several decades, to visit China. And the consequence of that was the Treaty on Peace and Tranquility, which gave us nearly 35 years of peace and tranquility on the border with China. I know that since April 22, we are faced with an ugly military situation. But I see that we are defusing that situation, at least by conversation among military commanders of India and China. Now, if we can talk to China when they have clearly addressed in the Galwan Valley, I don't see why we can't talk to Pakistan to try and arrive at some diffusion of the tension between the two countries and the exploitation of the immense opportunities that exist for India-Pakistan cooperation, especially at the people-to-people level. And it is, there was a great Indian diplomat who dealt with Pakistan for most of his diplomatic life, Satinder Lamba, who wrote his autobiography in his very last days. This was released in April last year by a panel of 5 former Indian High Commissioners to Pakistan. And I was sitting in the audience and utterly delighted to find that all 5 of these former High Commissioners, I think they included Mr. Bisaria, were urging that there must be engagement between India and Pakistan at the political and diplomatic level, if necessary in secret, otherwise in open. But that's a matter of tactical detail. The essential thing for understanding and improving our relationship with Pakistan is to not indulge in schadenfreude at the difficulties that Pakistan is internally facing, and to recognize that those are their difficulties. We have our difficulties. Our difficulties are very, very serious, but this is not the forum in which to explain what those are. So every country has its internal problems. So does Pakistan. So does China. Nevertheless, in international relations, it is essential to keep the dialogue going so that by a process of diplomacy, we are able to prevent war from taking place. Thus, I conclude by emphasizing the necessity of commencing and persisting with an uninterrupted and uninterruptible process of dialogue with Pakistan, based essentially on people-to-people contacts between India and Pakistan, the tremendous cultural connections we have with each other, the economic complementarities of our respective economies, and the loss that both of us suffer, Pakistan as well as India, China as well as India, of having tensions on the border. We must revive diplomacy as our principal weapon for dealing with relations with our neighbors, and thereby prevent our need to rely on the military to save us in a situation of aggression by either power or by both powers together. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for very perspicaciously mentioning the people-to-people contact and, of course, diplomatic engagement with Pakistan as a future policy which India should follow. Thank you very much once again, sir. It was Lenin who said, sometimes nothing happens in decades, and sometimes decades happen in weeks. So what are the future in store in the next few weeks, next few months, and what are the various aspects of our relationship with Pakistan would now be dilated by Mr. Ajay Bisaria, former Indian High Commissioner to Pakistan. Over to Mr. Ajay Bisaria.
Thank you very much, Kaushik ji. Thank you for having me here. This is the first time I'm attending this military lit fest, and it's an absolute pleasure to be having these conversations with so many friends and colleagues of the past. And it's a special privilege to be speaking after my senior colleague from the Foreign Service and also from my college, Mr. Mani Shankar Iyer. So what we've already had in this panel a conversation. Kaushik ji spoke a little bit about the past, and what Shri Iyer emphasized was the importance of the centrality of diplomacy. But let me stay true to the subject as defined in this panel's mandate, which is what is happening in Pakistan, what are the scenarios that we can talk about. So I would start by saying that I agree with the central proposition that what Pakistan is facing is perhaps its lowest point in multiple ways, and what it faces today is a perfect storm of a political and economic and a security crisis. Pakistan has been through multiple crises in the past. They have been terrible, but what we are facing now is all of them coming together in what is being called the poly crisis. So you have a situation where Pakistan could be compared to a patient in the ICU at this point of time, except that in the last 6 months it has been stabilized a bit because of various policies followed politically by the army to try and consolidate the situation, and the IMF loan. But there is no mistaking the fact that Pakistan is in a severe crisis. And if you step back and say why these crises, for precisely the reason that Kaushik ji referred to, which is that what the country is paying the price for is the cumulative errors of the past. These are cumulative errors of omission and commission, particularly with the Pakistan Army as the central actor, which has caused such a huge problem for the country that it is at its weakest moment. There have been, as I said, some stabilization attempted in the last few months. We have a new army chief, Asim Munir. As you know, he's just completed 1 year. He, as most army chiefs tend to do, is on the consolidation phase. So he is at this point consolidating power, including economic power. The army is also jumped in very directly into managing the economy. It was instrumental in helping the caretaker government get a standby loan of $3 billion. So they have a 9-month $3 billion loan, which is sort of one of the elements of the stabilization process. So if we try and unpack this crisis and look at how severe it is, I would argue that the most severe crisis Pakistan faces today is of its economy. The numbers, the vitals of the patient, if you look at them, they are serious. There's been a 25% fall in the value of the Pakistani rupee over a year, 50% over 2 years, compared to about 8% in India. We've had a situation of inflation at 30%. The base interest rate is 22%. And what Pakistan itself is saying that there is possibly a requirement of $77 billion over the next 3 years to simply pay the debt. We have a situation where the patient who is an addict of IMF loans has been to that addiction program 23 times already, and there is no doubt in Pakistan among economists that next year they would be in the 24th program simply because their twin deficits, the fiscal deficit and external deficit, are too high, which means they are simply not earning as much as they are spending. So it is a very serious economic crisis. What Pakistani economists and writers are saying is that it has been a problem, but there was a huge degree of volatility in the last 3 or 4 years, and there's less volatility now. But the problem was what was also called dar economics, which is simply spending, as one of their finance ministers did, a lot of money in trying to stabilize the dollar to give the optics that things are fine and the dollar is stable, whereas what it really meant is that a lot of rupees were spent. So we have a situation where Pakistan has refused to reform, and why it has refused to reform is because of the stranglehold of the army on the economy. Of a $350 billion GDP, the army controls directly, Military Inc. controls about $20 billion, and indirectly perhaps $100 billion, because even, for instance, the Pakistan International Airlines was being run by a serving Vice Marshal of the Air Force. So a lot of fingers in every part of the economy. And I used to, during my tenure, ask the IMF managers in Pakistan, why are you not addressing that fundamental structural problem of an army running the economy to the ground? And their answer was, that is not our mandate. So in multiple ways, these structural problems, the lack of land reforms, as India did in the 50s, the absence of economic reform, which India did when we had our back to the wall in the 90s, was never attempted by Pakistan, together with an extreme elite capture of the economy led by the army. And that has led to a situation of severe crisis. One of the other reasons is that the geopolitical good times have gone. Ever since the US exited Afghanistan in August 21, the geopolitical rents that Pakistan was collecting because of its position, because of its historical role in the Cold War or in the Afghan war or in the war against terror, that ceased to matter. That mattered less, and therefore Pakistan's overall relevance and its ability to collect rents from the world also declined. So against this backdrop, we have a first-rate political crisis that we've been watching and which gets more media. And here, I think the big picture story is that the Pakistan's army's Project Imran was a failure. That was a decade-long project, and suddenly it collapsed and it had to be aborted in 2022 because Imran Khan and his party PTI were created as a third force to challenge the two political forces of the PMLN and the PTI. And that project, when it floundered, the army is now countering it by starting Project Nawaz Sharif. So they have run out of ideas, they've come back to an old project, which is Project Nawaz Sharif, and try to get him elected in the elections that are declared for 8th of February next year. The problem remains that Nawaz Sharif has not captured the imagination of young Pakistanis or of people who believe that Imran Khan was a better bet. And that is the reason why the army is struggling very hard, and there is conversation right now and rumors in Pakistan that maybe elections would be further postponed, because even if they are engineered and managed, they can't be managed enough to get a victory when the people simply don't want to vote for a particular party. So again, there is a huge problem there. What they're trying to do is create a level playing field. That is what you'll read a lot in the Pakistani media. But unfortunately, a level playing field in Pakistan means that you level the opposition to the ground and create conditions for your favorite politician to be able to come to power. And this situation has again caused a severe crisis. For the army itself was exposed. The divisions and dissensions within the army were exposed because the same ecosystem which supported Imran Khan is where the army draws its power from, which is the middle class, the young, and they were beginning to question the army. Imran Khan managed to tap into an anti-army sentiment. So this destabilized the army to an extent, but it is trying to control itself. The third element of the polycrisis is, of course, what my colleague in the panel will speak about, I'm sure, is the security crisis. And that is again because of another failure of policy, which is the failure of the Afghan policy. What Pakistan had a dream about was creating strategic depth in Afghanistan. Everything was determined by that particular kind of paradigm in security. But what happened in August 21 after the US left, the American troops left, Pakistan was left in a situation where the Afghan Taliban didn't appear as pliant and compliant and agreeable as they thought they would be. So the Afghan Taliban has not controlled the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, which attacks Pakistan in a most severe security challenge it faces. It has not recognized the sanctity of the Durand line, which Pakistan wanted, and it has not got rid of India completely because the Afghan Taliban wants to deal with India, and that is something that was considered strategic anathema for Pakistan. So again, we have a situation where the coalescing of these three crises has produced a situation where Pakistan is deeply challenged. So in the next 1 year or in the next few months, Pakistan will go through an election, but what are the future scenarios that India needs to prepare for or think of? I would say there would be broadly three scenarios. One is of a severe collapse, that things get worse, the economy completely collapses and people come on the street, or we have a situation of the security crisis which gets deeper, and that could lead to Pakistan even breaking up. And that is a possible scenario, a non-zero probability scenario. The second scenario could be of Pakistan muddling through. It just muddles through as it always has. It gets some last-minute loans from here and there and tries to stabilize and muddle through. And the third, more optimistic scenario would be Pakistan normalizes. And normalizing would mean conducting a basic degree of economic reform, of the army stepping back and allowing civilians to run both the economy and the polity to an extent. And of course, from India's point of view, Pakistan giving up the use of terrorism, which is a low-cost proxy warfare against India. So against, I think, these scenarios is what we need to, as India needs to have its policy. What has our policy been? As Manishankar Iyer ji said, I think for a while there has been a policy of no structured dialogue as long as terrorism went on, and certainly from 2016 on. Before that, there was a serious attempt at conversation in 2014 and 15, including by the government led by PM Modi. And after the 2016 violence, that policy changed. But superimposed on that, we had a situation, India was continuing to deal with Pakistan. I was the High Commissioner at that point of time, even after Pulwama, even after Balakot. But after Article 370 in August 2019, Pakistan took a position of no talks with India as long as Article 370 is in place. Very ill-informed policy. It kind of reduced its diplomatic space for any kind of conversation. But what we perhaps will see now is that when we have elections in India next year and elections in Pakistan, a window, a diplomatic window, a political window could open up, and this is an opportunity for Pakistan to grab it and to be able to try to normalize the relationship in that way. In terms of India's policy, we have seen a paradigm shift in our policy. I think with perfect hindsight, we could say that we were wrong in the 1980s to not challenge Pakistan for what it did in Punjab, for its role in Punjab. We were wrong in the 90s to not challenge Pakistan for what it did in Kashmir, and I mean militarily challenged. And we were wrong in the 2000s not to challenge Pakistan for the kind of terrorism and proxy warfare it brought in India. And now we see a paradigm shift where we are beginning to find the instruments to get it into Pakistan's security paradigm that a Pulwama is not acceptable, India will respond. So I think I will leave it at that to just give you a glimpse of the scenarios and the policy options. And I think it's an optimistic time to look at next year for certain improvement in the overall conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ajay Bisaria, for dilating so cogently and sagaciously on the issue of Pakistan and Indo-Pak relations and sharing your experiences as a High Commissioner in Pakistan. There is a saying by Joseph Stalin during the post-Second World War conferences in Tehran, Yalta and Potsdam. He told President Truman that history is written by the victors. It is the victors who write history, Stalin said. In case of Pakistan, the victory ultimately comes to the establishment, the army, the ISI, supported by bureaucracy, judiciary and other elements. Now this establishment of Pakistan not only controls the foreign policy, no civilian leader is allowed any decisive say in the foreign policy, but has total carte blanche so far as defense matters are concerned. And in context of Pakistan, please do remember that the figures are fudged by them. Their total budget is $50.1 billion US dollars, out of which 46.2% goes for defense, paramilitary intelligence and defense pensions. A very huge amount for a developing country. Not only that, the establishment also controls press, media, social media, and keeps a watch on the activities of TV anchors. At present, 16 journalists are under detention of the establishment of Pakistan as on today. It also controls the financial matters. General Asim Munir recently, very seminal idea he gave, he said that army will assist in agriculture work also. So this was a statement by General Asim Munir, the March 1964 born Army Chief of Pakistan. It holds regular meetings with the business chambers and trade and industry. The Army Chief does it. It wants weak leaders and doesn't want any civilian leader to assert itself or confront the establishment. And whenever anybody crosses the red line, he's made a horrible example for others to see. We have the example of Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, hanged. We have the example of Nawaz Sharif. He was banned and ultimately had to leave the country. And lately, as Mr. Ajay Bisaria very cogently put, we have the example of Imran Khan, who was made a horrible example because Imran Khan had started asserting himself. He had started resisting the certain dictations and certain directions of Pakistan's establishment. But I'll take it up later. But one thing which, before I request Brigadier Saab to speak on the topic, please remember that the budget is 50.1 billion US dollars. As Mr. Bisaria hinted, it requires $77 billion in next 3 years, $23 billion only in 2024. The foreign debt is $124.5 billion. The internal debt is 29 lakh crores. The inflation as on today is 42%. And these things ultimately, the foreign exchange reserve is 12.5%, but ultimately it comes out to be 8.5% because $3 billion have been parked by Saudi Arabia and $1 billion by UAE. Now I request Brigadier Chandra Vijay to kindly speak on the topic of Pakistan-Indo-Pak relation from a defense angle.
Thank you, Mr. Kaushik, for that opportunity, and thank you to Chandigarh Lit Fest for this opportunity. It's supposedly my debut in this form, and the pressure is manifold because we've got senior people who have served under sitting in the front row, and I have my previous CEO, General Ajay Chauhan, sitting behind, so the pressure is immense. But now cutting to the chase, I've decided to break this topic of neo-feudalism in Pakistan and Pakistan military into two parts. So let's understand neo-feudalism. Today, Pakistan military is the neo-feudal in Pakistan. If we understand the definition of feudalism, it's to do with real estate and land. The data which reveals itself on the internet tells me that 11.85 million acres of land is owned by Pakistan Army and 6.5 million acres is owned by Pakistani Army personnel, which is separate. So classically, when you retire, after 32 years of service in Pakistan Army, you get 4 plots of residential accommodation. 4 plots you can get gratis. Besides that, as a Major General, you are authorized 240 square acres of land on your retirement. A JSU gets 32 acres and there is a sliding scale of that nature. So combine all this, Pakistan in 2007, when Aisha Siddiqui wrote her book Military Inc., said Pakistan Army holds 12% of arable land in Pakistan. That number must have gone up tremendously. So if land is the point, then Pakistan Army are the neo-feudals. They are the people who possess land. Now, like all feudals, even in India and in Pakistan, we diversify.
So the moment you diversify, you go into business, you go into banking, because that's where the money in the modern era is. So I was just speaking to Mr. Basaria, and we came up with this idea that Askari Bank of Pakistan, which is the 5th largest bank in Pakistan, today morning I checked the net, 2022 revenue generation of Pakistan, Askari Bank, is $49 million. This $49 million goes where we don't know. This is the revenue generated by one bank, which is a Pakistani army-owned bank. There are 4 foundations in Pakistan: the Askari Foundation, the Shaheen Foundation, the Baharia Foundation, and Fauji Foundation. All 4 together generate revenue to the tune of $11 billion annum. This is 2021 report. So if you've got that kind of money, you are neo-feudals. In Pakistan, during Imran Khan's time, there were 8 generals as ambassadors, and a total of 61% of all generals of Pakistan Army get employed either as ambassadors, as part of the Fauji foundations, as heads of various sports organizations. The head of the Pakistani Athletic Federation is a retired army general. The head of the Pakistani Swimming Federation is also a retired general. So therefore, you see what Mr. Kaushik talked about, deep state. Incidentally, deep state comes from a word from the Turkish language which came up in 1923. So the friendliness with Turkey and Pakistan holds good. So the deep state has translated into Pakistan today, and you've got tentacles of the Indian Pakistan Army every part of the game. So that having been established, that Pakistan Army are the neo-feudals, let me look at what troubles the neo-feudals. What troubles neo-feudals is when their money is threatened. What is threatening the money is the instability along the Durand line and the Goldsmith line. Because CPEC is not an arrangement with the Pakistani government. CPEC is an arrangement with Pakistani military. The head of the CPEC is also a retired army general. So therefore, when Pakistani army's money string, money purses are threatened by volatility, they are worried. 9th May 23 was a watershed event because you brought down Pakistan Army from a pedestal where it had been put by the Pakistani public for always and brought it down to dust. Asim Munir is trying to revive that. The recent trending hashtag on Pakistani social media is "Well done, my chief." This hashtag "Well done, my chief" is based on what Asim Munir and the caretaker Prime Minister have been doing in last few weeks in the Middle East, trying to garner funds through the SIFC, the Special Foreign Investment Facilitation Channel. The aim, which is being called now as the Munir Doctrine, says Pakistan wants to become a 25 trillion economy by 2035. A pipe dream, but nevertheless, there is a dream which is being driven by Munir, and he's got a doctrine to say it, Munir Doctrine. And the word which is going out as Munir Doctrine is Bajwa Doctrine on testosterone. So that is the kind of investment Pakistan is making in the economy, Pakistan Army is making in the economy to make sure its purse strings are kept intact. Now I'm going back into the issue of security calculus. Why is Pakistan in a troubled situation today? Because it was rejoicing when Taliban came to power in Afghanistan. But that feeling of joy has come to a damp squib very soon, and this has happened because today there is a Walmart which opened in Afghanistan when the US left. This Walmart provides you any kind of military equipment at throwaway prices. A 3rd gen night vision device is available for 38,000 rupees in Peshawar arms market. So if you have that kind of wherewithal available, Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, Baluch Liberation Army and the Majid Brigade, and a new kid on the block, Tehreek-e-Jihad Pakistan, are what is making life miserable for the Pakistanis on the western borders. And that's not alone the Durand line, but as well as the Goldsmith line. There is a second issue of the internal turmoil, and this is from the intra-sect violence which is going to flare up at some point of time in Pakistan. The last 25 suicide bombing attacks in Pakistan, 15 were Afghanis. And that is one of the reasons why this huge deportation of Afghans has started. Because today, in Pakistani calculus, the Pakistani Punjabis, if they were the Batman, the Pashtuns were the Robin. And this Batman and Robin team controlled Pakistan. But that is fraying today because of the tension between the Pashtuns and the Punjabis. And this Pashtun-Punjab divide is also being put along various sectarian fault lines. You're all aware that most of the Pakistani Punjab is Barelvi in nature. But however, the Afghans are more Deobandi. and therefore there is a fault line which is generating on that lines as well. Just to bring it into a focus, there is a Pakistani political party called Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan. Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan came into being in 2015, and like Mr. Basaria and Mr. Kaushik said, nothing happens in Pakistan if it's not with the blessings of the Pak Army, and Tehreek-e-Labbaik was a creation of the Pak Army. Today, Tehreek-e-Labbaik holds Pakistan to ransom. If you see the photograph of the janaza of Qadri, the assassin of Salman Taseer, it was larger than any procession which took place in Pakistan. So Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan today is becoming a force to reckon with. The recent attack in Mastung on the Prophet Muhammad's birthday, where 50 people died, they were all Barelvis because they were the ones who were celebrating the Prophet Muhammad's birthday. And this attack took place by Tehreek-e-Jihad Pakistan. So you've got a fault line where Barelvis will finally get militarized. As of now, they have not. And when this militarization takes place, there is another challenge brewing. Just for the information of the House, there is a group of Pakistani Shias. They are operating under a head of something called the Zainab Brigade. This Zainab Brigade was picked up by the IRGC, the Quds force of Iran, trained by them and taken to Syria to protect the tomb of Zainab. Zainab is the granddaughter of Prophet Muhammad. So this Zainab Brigade today is battle hardened and ready to fight in Syria and is fighting in Syria. Imagine the condition when they come back after this battle in Syria back to Pakistan. The Shia minority in Pakistan, which did not have a militant force, will have Zainab Brigade's veterans to fight for their behalf. SATP, South Asian Terror Portal figures tell me that in the last 10 years, there have been 1,000 attacks of sectarian violence in which there have been 6,000 casualties and 4,000 injuries. So if you see the number of this sectarian violence, this will translate into the Pakistan Army, and there is another challenge brewing for the Pakistan Army as far as the internal security situation is concerned. Going back to Tehreek-e-Jihad Pakistan and Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, there's a very interesting book written by an author called Maria Rashid. She's written a book called Dying to Serve. Today, Pakistan is faced with a challenge of trying to divide itself between two kinds of martyrs. Desh ka shaheed or mazhab ka shaheed. So today there is a division in Pakistan as far as what kind of shaheed are you? Are you Desh ka shaheed or you are mazhab ka shaheed? Because if you remember, the Lal Masjid cleric who declared Abdul Ghazi, who said anybody who dies fighting on the western borders of Pakistan will not be given burial in Pakistani Muslim cemeteries. So therefore, today the narrative being spun by Pakistan Army, and they've started a new event called Yawm-e Shahuda, which happens in the April, to celebrate the martyrdom of all their soldiers which have happened on the western borders, because they're trying to sanctify this whole issue of religion and country and saying Desh Pehle, and that is what Pakistan Pehle before the religion. So there is a dichotomy which is developing within the Pakistan Army. Where do they stand as far as religion and state is concerned? And this is going to fray the Pakistan Army at some point of time. Because today, people in Pakistan, and if you read literature, and Maria Rashid in her book also says, there are people in Pakistan who say APS Pakistan attack was bad, but what happened to Lal Masjid was as well bad. So therefore, there is a narrative which is emerging that Pakistan Army's control on its own forces, because of various sectarian and ethnic fault lines, is going to become a challenge. And if this happens, there is trouble brewing for Pakistan Army. And what does Pakistan Army do when there's trouble brewing for them? Is to focus outwards. There are only two strategic glues which tie Pakistan, India and religion. If religion fails, we go to India. And that is where I would rest my case and say all the fault lines in Pakistan presently are alluding to the Pakistan Army losing its primacy at the centerpiece of the Pakistani decision-making calculus. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brigadier Saab, for your very perspicacious illustration about various aspects of Pakistan's internal dynamics. We in India generally talk about Imran Khan, and he is in jail now since August. Why Imran failed? That is the moot question, and if one has to answer it in 2 minutes, he actually it was in 2011 that the Army Chief General Kayani, who was the head of establishment, he decided that there should be a third alternative to Zardari of the Pakistan People's Party and Nawaz Sharif of the Pakistan Muslim League Nawaz. So the third alternative in their wisdom, they decided was Imran. They started propping up Imran, and the first indication came on 20th October 2011 when at Lahore he had a very massive rally at Minare, Pakistan, where about 200,000 people attended and was fully supported by ISI. In the subsequent elections in 2013, Imran, who had only one seat in the parliament, won 35 seats in the House of 342. In 2014, he organized a big dharna of 4 months in Islamabad, fully supported again by establishment. I think the then Prime Minister, Mr. Nawaz Sharif, understood that the establishment is putting Imran as an alternative Prime Minister to him and his party. Definitely in 2018, the Imran Khan's Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf came into power. They won 164 seats in a house of 342. And Imran started ruling with a bang. Initially, he was overconfident and his lack of experience was very visible. But playing cricket as a captain and running a state with difficulties is a different thing, entirely different path. He started annoying and asserting himself, annoying the establishment and asserting himself in 2019 when he gave 3 years extension to General Qamar Javed Bajwa as Army Chief up to 29th November 2022. He first annoyed General Bajwa when he decided to refuse to remove the Pakistan Punjab's Chief Minister Usman Buzdar. Then his own incompetence was very visible for everybody as a Prime Minister because of the inefficiencies in economic field and administrative field. The economy was not working at all, and I wrote repeatedly during those days in Tribune and Statesman that Imran's survival depends upon economic performance. If he does good work, he survives. Otherwise, establishment is going to ditch him. And the same thing happened. There were other small bickerings which happened, and one last was in October 21. And that was when General Bajwa changed Faiz Hamid as ISI chief. Imran refused to implement the order. Now, in context of Pakistan, this audacity is very, very dangerous. An army chief shifting a lieutenant general and bringing a new lieutenant general from Karachi, Nadeem Anjum, who is the present ISI chief, and the Prime Minister holding the file is something which is unpardonable. It is not pardoned. And from there, I think the highways became different. Lastly, before I request my colleague, Mrs. Rakhi Gupta Bhandari, for an alternative perspective, I would like to mention the lack of experience of Imran Khan, which was visible in his working. The day was 16th June 2019 and it was drizzling in Islamabad. His principal secretary told him that General Bajwa wants to call on the Prime Minister Imran Khan. When General Asim Munir, who was the ISI chief, wanted to call on him, and he called on him. But he started dilating, Asim Munir, the ISI chief, started dilating on the corruption of Imran's third wife. When he went back, Imran became very livid and he called General Bajwa and told him to dismiss him, to sack him. General Bajwa pleaded that it is not done and lieutenant generals are not sacked in Pakistan. But Imran was very pertinacious. He said, no, nothing doing. He has leveled corruption allegations. Maybe there was truth in them against my wife. So the ultimate compromise was to shift General Asim Munir as commander of 30 Corps in Gujranwala. But one thing which happened at this time on 16th of June 2019 was he was unceremoniously kicked out of office at 10 p.m. and his successor, General Faiz Hamid from the Baloch Regiment joined on 16th June at 10 p.m. in the night. Now, in the normal administrative work, you don't take charge at 10 p.m. in the night and don't relieve an officer of the rank of a Lieutenant General, and that also an ISI chief at 10 p.m. in the night. So this is what happened, and this further triggered a wave of hatred, or you can say resentment, against Imran Khan in the higher echelons of the Pakistan army, ultimately leading to his removal on 9th April 2022, and Imran lands in jail now in Rawalpindi. Now I request before I request Mrs. Rakhi Gupta Bhandari, please remember that it was Harold Wilson, a former Prime Minister of England, who said even a week is a long period in politics. So prognostication about politics is always a difficult thing. As Harold Wilson said, even a week is a long period in politics. But there is an alternative perspective which Mrs. Rakhi Gupta Bhandari would dilate. Over to Mrs. Rakhi Gupta Bhandari.
Very good afternoon. So you all must be wondering, in army normally it's a tradition that it's ladies first, but why I am here last? Well, that's for a reason, because I represent Punjab, and as it's already said that, you know, when all the dances, I'm sure you all recall that when you were in school and college, when all the dances had been performed, Bhangra and Gidha came last. Why? Because people often said that, you know, I think the Bhangra and the Gidha should come last for a reason, because after that there was no other dance which people could recall. So I hope to give you an alternative perspective here. I stand here, ladies and gentlemen, today, this afternoon, a very good afternoon to my fellow panelists and the honored August House that I'm addressing today, friends from the media. I stand here today in three capacities. One, because I've been a Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Home, and I have dealt with international relations there, also dealt with Pakistan extensively. Also, since I am a fellow graduate from the National Defense College, NDC 57 was my course, which I've done from Delhi. So obviously I got a perspective from the other side as well. And now, as I stand representing Punjab, and that too from the Tourism Ministry as Principal Secretary, it makes it immensely, should I say, relevant for me to talk on this issue today, because I cut across three sectors, segments, and verticals or horizontals, should I say. So I only want to say something that from being salami sliced always from China and being bled with 1,000 cuts, as was normally said, as per the Topaz theory, we have not only recovered, but we have covered a huge ground in India. So today's war is not a war of the military, as was said by one of the panelists, but also it is a time when now we need to wake up and realize that there are alternatives, and how to make ourselves more relevant in the dialogue and in the conversation, not just with Pakistan, but with the world as well. And I think to make this dialogue more relevant, as was most notably stated by Mr. Mani Shankar Iyer earlier in this panel discussion, that trade and commerce, tourism, and dialogue and conversation should rule the roost. So there's something called soft diplomacy, as all the diplomats understand. And I think this is a part, tourism is a very relevant part which we must harness and we must capitalize on. So in the changing global scenario, how we can discover an opportunity for India is something which we need to see, because there are a lot of things like the security and the stability factor. We can harness that, how to prioritize national security to ensure safety for tourists, ensure a robust security measures at popular tourist destinations and critical infrastructure, work closely with intelligencies to monitor and address potential security threats. And tourism is something which can really act as a link between the soft and the hard. That's what I feel. So there is how to show to the world the diverse tourism offerings that we have in our country and in our state, because Punjab, we say that India begins here if you start from looking from Pakistan onwards, because that is the route and that is the main gate. So how we can leverage, how we can harness our tourism potential at the border is something which we all need to study. Well, Government of India has come up with a policy of designing and defining smart destinations, and we can definitely convert Punjab into a very smart tourist destination because it is readily and easily accessible. We have a huge amount of robust rail, air connectivity. We have tourist offerings. We have a lot of potential in terms, be it heritage, be it adventure tourism, be it whatever tourism. So a lot of international collaboration is something which we should be looking for. How we should do that is by countering negative perceptions, by countering misinformation, as was earlier also said in the panel. And how this can be done is by drawing a bigger line. So it is always said that, it's easy to cut somebody's line, but if you draw a bigger line for yourself, that reaps more dividends. And personally, I have seen that if we try and talk about positivities of India's culture and focusing on Punjab, because now today we are sitting in Chandigarh, that is a route which we fail to kind of touch upon. And I think we must also harness that potential. So fostering partnerships with neighboring countries and global organizations to promote regional stability, and also trying to use digital marketing and branding, which is again something now digital platforms we can leverage for countering negativities, and campaigns that emphasize India's unique cultural heritage and diverse landscapes. Also establishing positive and accurate online presence to counter any negative narratives. And of course, that would only come through infrastructure development, so we need to increase and improve our connectivities, our accessibilities, and our overall tourism experiences for the tourists. We need to upgrade accommodation facilities, we need to involve a lot of communities, because community involvement has a lot of spin-offs, and it's needless that I should not be talking about this. I think all of you understand, because there are a lot of economic opportunities that this entails. So after having said all this, I would say that, use tourism instead of terrorism. That's the line I would love to take today in today's seminar, in this panel discussion. And also, tell you all that we should use narratives which counter the negativities of our neighboring countries. For instance, they believe in a more inclusive policy, whereby they think that, developing only one particular university or talking only about a few tourist points would be helpful. I think we should go for the counter narrative by trying to emphasize on our secular nature and also on our various tourism, our universities, our temples, be it our heritage tourism. There is another field I would like to talk about and touch on, is that medical tourism. Medical tourism is something we should touch upon, because that is essentially, I think somebody spoke of the human nature, that touches very quintessentially on the human nature. So that is another element we need to talk on. Sports tourism. Sports gets us all together. So, of course, our cricket matches, etc. exemplify. But that's just one part. I think we should be promoting more of that. So in all those terms, if we take a complete and comprehensive view, there is a multifaceted approach which we need to develop. And we need to think beyond what is the normal, what in military parlance we term as war now. So we keep saying there are many facets of war now. There's not just direct aggression, but there are many more aspects we need to touch upon. So I think soft part is something now we need to be focusing on, and also bring it in the narrative, bring it in the dialogue, bring it in the conversation. Today when we talk of war, because war is not war per se as it used to exist earlier. It has changed its connotation. We need to be with the change. We need to be part of the change. And that's what I'm here for as the Secretary Tourism of Punjab, kind of assuring and also eliciting, would love to elicit your views later on in the day as to how we can harness this potential and use our tourism potential in this fashion. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope this panel discussion comes to an end with this, or there's something else.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for dealing so nicely with this topic. Before I request for 2-3 questions, because the time is already over, I would say that one question which dangles in the mind of Indians is whether there are going to be elections and whether Imran Khan will come out of jail. I think difficult to prognosticate, but Imran's career more or less is not going to be very easy now with General Asim Munir heading the establishment. It is going to be very, very difficult, and his coming out of jail is going to be again a difficult situation. It's like taking a piece of meat from a tiger's mouth, because the insult which was given to Asim Munir by Imran Khan as Prime Minister, I think he has taken it to its heart and he is not going to forget and pardon Imran so easily. Second thing is whether the elections are going to be held on 8th of February. Again, this is very precarious, very uncertain, because the way things are moving and the way Sikandar Sultan Raja, their only one-man election commissioner, is working and conducting himself, I doubt whether they are going to hold the elections on 8th of February. They might get further staggered and delayed. So the situation in context of Pakistan remains very uncertain and very precarious, and it is treading a difficult journey. We have to keep a watch and to watch our own interests. But Pakistan definitely is in a very, very bad situation. Lastly, the TTP, the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, which Brigadier Saab on which dilated, it is also hitting Pakistan very badly, and their request to the Taliban government to hand over TTP cadres has failed. They have not handed them over. They told them that they fought with us while fighting America. And secondly, this is an Afghan tradition of not handing over the guests to the enemy. So TTP remains in saddle and is hitting. The last very big attack last month was in Miawali, where the Air Force base was attacked by TTP. 12 aircrafts got damaged and 35 airmen of Pakistan's Air Force got killed in the battle with TTP. Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, which is hitting Pakistan, which wants independent area in FATA, federally administered territory of Pakistan in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province. So this situation as on today remains very uncertain and precarious in context of Pakistan. I would like to, sir, if you allow only 2 questions, because let there be 2 questions. Please introduce yourself and ask the question. Be very, very, very brief, because we are over time. We have crossed the time limit.
Thank you, sir. Sir, in very length and width, we have discussed about and we have talked about Pakistan, Pakistan's economy, Pakistan's military, deep state, ISI and all that. But to the Indian context, I would like to ask any of the panelists, or more specifically Brigadier Saab, कि Pakistan good economically or bad economically is good for India? Thank you.
So, in the context of Pakistan economically or bad or good for India, the one constant is, irrespective of what Pakistan is economically or non-economically, it continues to maintain a revisionist stand against India. So it doesn't make a difference whether they are in down dumps or they are at the pinnacle of their progress. Their stand against India would always be revisionist. That is, they would not accept the status quo, and that remains a challenge for us, irrespective of what economics Pakistan faces or has. Thank you.
One last question and that's all. Please hand over to sir. My question is that there is a gap between the Pakistani Pashtun officers and the Punjabi officers. Is India doing something to divide that?
So if something of that nature is happening, I am not privy of it. So really can't comment on what's happening exactly there. But what I agree with you is there is a classic fault line available. Like I said, the tag team of Batman and Robin has been broken. And if this Batman tag team with Robin can be broken, yes, it is to an advantage to certain level. But what level and what is being done, we have no clarity on that, and I really will not be able to comment on that part of it, sir.
I would like to add, we should be very clear about one thing, the impeccable discipline of Pakistan Army. The discipline of Pakistan Army is very impeccable. It is not so easy, even if it is our desire to have dissensions there in the Pakistan Army. I don't think it is so easy. The more than 800,000 strong army, followed by 75 battalions of Pakistan Rangers and another 52 battalions of Frontier Constabulary, all controlled by the army. They are having a lot of discipline, and I don't think Pashtun or Sindhi or Shia or Sunni differences are there. I think they are one on that score, and we have to give them marks. Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, all good things have to come to an end. So we can keep talking on this and have questions. Please get hold of the panelists post the finale and ask them any other queries that you have. Small token of gratification from the chairman, Military Literary Society 23. Is just a token of appreciation to all the panelists. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Kaushik. Thank you, Ajay sir. And thank you, Harsh. All the best for the NDC. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall commence with the next panel discussion. And for that, I would hand you over to Mrs. Parneet. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
panelists and the moderator for this session, Lieutenant General S.L. Narasimhan. Panelists, Mr. Manish Tiwari and Colonel Tejinder Hundal, who is also on the panel. May I request you to please come up on stage. Requesting Mr. Manish Tiwari to please come up on stage if he is here already. Hello, welcome. No, just make the announcement. Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this discussion. I'm Parneet Shergill, and I'm here to introduce our esteemed panelists and the moderator. And the topic for this discussion is, how do India and China face off today in terms of weapons, technology, and self-reliance? China started its military modernization in 1995. Where are they today in terms of research, reverse engineering, and self-reliance? How does India fare in this regard, and for how long will it have to rely upon import of military weapons and technology? Our moderator for today's session, Lieutenant General S.L. Narasimhan, an infantry officer with 40 years of experience and a former member of the NSA board. He was the first Director General of Center for Contemporary China Studies. Who better than the General to be the moderator for this session? Welcome, General Narasimhan. Our next speaker is Member of Parliament from the Sri Anandpur Sahib constituency, Mr. Manish Tiwari. Besides his vast experience in politics and law, he specializes in the topic of national security and has authored 4 books. His latest books on India's national security has been a bestseller and top of the charts in the genre. Welcome, Mr. Tiwari. Colonel Tejinder Hundal, also an infantry officer with a very impressive academic background, has many degrees to his name, including a PhD. He specializes in geostrategic developments in the Indo-Pacific region, evolving of Indian infantry and the Atmanirbhar Bharat in defense sector. So welcome everyone, and over to you, General Narasimhan.
True, the way China has started behaving aggressively in all over the place. So this has brought in that kind of focus towards China. So the topic today is to see as to where China stands and where India stands, and see what we can do about it in this particular context. I'll first request Mr. Manish Tiwari to come and do his remarks. Thereafter I'll come. and thereafter I'll hand it over to Colonel Hundal for his remarks, and then we'll open it up for questions. Thank you. Over to you, Mr.
General Narasimhan, Colonel Hundal, ladies and gentlemen, may I first join General Narasimhan in thanking the organizers for inviting me to this iteration of the Military Literature Festival. I was under the impression that it's going to be a conversation rather than a monologue. So I hadn't really come with a prepared speech, but let me flag a couple of things given the subject of today's discussion. I think it's extremely important to bear in mind that China and India almost had a parallel trajectory in their struggle against imperialism and colonialism. The only difference is that while India's independence came out of a pacifist freedom struggle, the establishment of the communist state in China in 1949 was the consequence of almost a continuous civil war from 1921 onwards, which was interspersed with their fight with the Japanese. And so therefore the leadership which came to the helm of both these newly independent / created countries was coming from two different traditions, two different experiences which paved the way for the liberation of their respective countries. And I think that goes to the very root of the dissonance which has characterized and marked the Sino-Indian relationship, now going back almost to the early 50s. Much has been written about it, and I do not intend to recreate it. But I will give you some numbers which I think serve as an important reality check of where we were and where we are currently. So in the year 1976, China's GDP was 153.93 billion US dollars. Their growth rate of GDP was minus 1.61%. India's GDP in 1976 was 102.72 billion dollars with a growth rate of 1.66%. The reason I chose 1976 as a benchmark is primarily because that's the year Mao Zedong dies on the 9th of September, and China takes on a different trajectory altogether. In the year 2022, the Chinese GDP is 17.6 trillion, and the Indian GDP is 3.39 trillion. So there is a 6:1 economic power differential between India and China as we stand today. And that translates itself in the military field also. So in 1976, China was spending about 3.4 billion US dollars in terms of its military expenditure. India in 1976 was spending about 0.2 billion US dollars, which is about 2,867 million US dollars on its military expenditure. China was spending 14.8% of its gross national product on military expenditure. India was spending 3.3% of its gross national product. Then If you fast forward to 1995, and that's the year 95-96 when the Taiwan Straits crisis takes place, China's military expenditure, and Chinese numbers are not very transparent, these are numbers which are available in the public sphere. I'm aware that there's a lot of contradiction, or there's a lot of controversy about hidden numbers, but going by the numbers which are available in the public sphere, in 1995, China was spending 12.38 billion US dollars on its military expenditure, 1.6% of its GDP. India was spending $9.75 billion on its military expenditure, 2.5% of its gross domestic product. So you would see that between 1976 and 1995, as China's military expenditure rises, as a percent of the GDP or the gross national income, it is actually coming down. And that figure in 2021 becomes China spending 209.16 billion US dollars as its military expenditure. India is at $76.5 billion. Chinese military expenditure is 1.73% of its GDP. India's military expenditure is 2.6% of its GDP. So it's very clear that if you want to modernize your defense, if you want to spend a greater amount on your defense, you have just no other option but to grow your economy. Because given the kind of committed expenditure, the committed liabilities which are there, the wiggle room for any finance minister, even if the defense ask is more, is very little. And it's very interesting that in 2023, the year that we currently are, the United States is spending $2.01 trillion on as its military expenditure. China is at 224.79 billion US dollars. We are at 72.6 billion US dollars. China spends more than the next 17 Indo-Pacific militaries combined, and the US spends 10 times more than China. So that's the kind of power differential which we are talking about. China's year-on-year increase has been single digit since 2015. In 2015, the increase was 10.1%, and from 1995 onwards till about 2015, for almost 2 decades after the Taiwan Straits crisis, the Chinese military expenditure has seen an year-on-year double-digit growth. So, therefore, as we stand today, I think we should be very, very careful about what are the real options that we have. Because if you look at the profile of the Indian Defence Forces, and this is according to the military balance which is brought out by the IISS, 90% of our armored vehicles come from Russia, 69% of our combat aircraft come from Russia, 44% of our naval submarines and warships come from Russia, 65% of these vessels are armed with Russian missiles. So our defense dependence on Russia is huge, and that's an understatement. So I do not see these numbers change very drastically in the short term. Yes, China at this point in time is belaboring under an economic crisis. There is a real estate bubble which has burst. China's debt to GDP ratio is an exponential 279%. I mean, the leverage that you can have in terms of your national and state budgets. And yes, at this moment, China's growth is actually crumbling under a mountain of debt. But still the divergence with India for the foreseeable future is going to grow. And I'm not going to get into China's reorganization of its armed forces, its move from an informationized warfare paradigm to an intelligencized warfare paradigm. I leave that for the generals and my other co-panelists. But as I look at it from purely a strategic point of view, India has no other option but to recreate a NATO in the Indo-Pacific. The Quad, the AUKUS, actually provide the linchpin of that arrangement, were we to actually pick up the ball and take it to a logical conclusion, which does not leave the Quad as an airy-fairy concept. The other option, which is difficult, is also something which needs to be considered, that India will never be able to achieve its true potential if it does not break out of this zero-sum relationship with China on one hand, and the legacy of partition or the baggage of partition, Pakistan on the other hand. And that would require territorial adjustments. China has resolved its land boundary issues with almost all its neighbors, save Bhutan and India. And with Bhutan, the boundary negotiations are in a very advanced stage. So therefore, shorn of jingoism and shorn of hyperbole, that is also an option we must seriously think of if we feel that any kind of a formalized defense architecture in the Indo-Pacific region, of which India, if it becomes a part, would erode our strategic autonomy, then the only other option that we have is to negotiate, and negotiate seriously, educate our people that when you enter into a negotiations and when there's a give and take, there will have to be adjustments which will have to be made. And so therefore, I think that's really where we are today, and I'll stop at that. Thank you.
Those were excellent remarks, and I sincerely thank Mr. Manish Tiwari. It didn't appear that he didn't come prepared. That shows the kind of background knowledge he must have accumulated over a period of time. Coming on to my part, I was typically given to understand, to speak about how China has gone ahead with its research and development, or even the reverse engineering, and the aspects of where they stand today in those particular aspects. It's a little kind of a technical, but I'll make it more generic for the audience that is present today. Firstly, there are periods in which the Chinese did not do any R&D initially. Initially, the Russians helped them. From when they became a People's Republic, the Russians helped them. Then, politically, both the countries fell out, and the Russians left China en masse in 1960, and thereafter China started picking up and started doing the kind of research and developmental activities that they were supposed to do. There has been shortcomings in that, and they resorted to reverse engineering in many places, and also acquiring of knowledge from abroad, from in ways that could be acceptable, that could be not acceptable. Both they resorted to, and they started getting the technology inside the country. You get two kinds of argument whenever you study this subject. One kind of argument tells us that China is very well up. They have produced this equipment, they have produced that equipment, something is better than US, something is whatever. That is one side of the argument. The other side of the argument says, no, 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 it is not so much, but they have certain problems, etc., etc. They've got a lot of weaknesses. So what I'm going to tell you today, I'll start the slide with weaknesses first and see whether they have been able to bridge that weakness and what they are doing to bridge that weakness. So if we get to that, I leave the judgment to the audience to say that whether they are doing something good, bad, indifferent, whatever way it is. That is the way I have structured this. In 2016, when the Chinese military transformed, they transformed into these headings. Why I have said this is later on when I am speaking in my presentation, you will find references to certain organizations which I just want to put up front so that you are not actually groping in the dark to see what this organization is all about. One was the Higher Defense Organization. Second, leave it because that is purely military. Third, the theatre commands came up, joint theatre commands. Today also you will find in India a lot of arguments going on about theatre commands. The other two are very important. The upgradation of the PLA rocket force, PLA-RF, what I have written here, PLA rocket force, which became a full service. And they also created two more, PLA strategic support force, which is supposed to be having two important departments. One is dealing with space, the other one is dealing with information warfare. So these two are extremely important for any battle that any army is going to fight today. And they also created a joint logistic support force, because these are going to be referred to later, that's why I thought I'll put it up front here. Next please, can you change the slide? The next one I'm going to show you is a structure of this new structure which has come up, and that is the one that is going to be discussed today. You see this. Post-reforms, this is the structure that came. Don't get very worried about the diagrams and lines, etc. I'll just draw your attention to two places. Please see these two places and you will be fine. When you see CMC subsidiary organs written there, come down and see the Equipment Development Department. That is where all the research and everything goes on. So that is what you need to keep in mind. In addition to that, you need to keep in mind the Strategic Support Force, which has been mentioned there, and the Rocket Force, which has been mentioned in the end there. So these are the things that you need to understand. They operate directly under the Central Military Commission. That is the point I wanted to highlight, so that there is a central control and command which can actually help in this. These are the China's military weaknesses which a person wrote yesterday. So I was going through it and then I could make out. And these are the 6-7 points that he mentioned. One, PRC is a totalitarian regime. Therefore, it is only quantitative assessments can be made and the qualitative and psychological characteristics cannot be coming up in the right form. I would like people not to get taken in by these kind of arguments. Because as you all are aware, many of you will be aware that I commanded a brigade, division and corps all on the Chinese front. And I lived for 3 years in China and I have seen them over a period of 20 years. You don't get taken in by such arguments. They are as good as a force anywhere on ground. The differences in kind of budgeting, etc., Mr. Manish Tiwari brought out very clearly. So we should not give in for such kind of arguments. Second is due to China's autocratic systems, there is corruption. And therefore, their ability to innovate will not be adequate. That is the one kind of argument that you will get to see. I am going to explain to you how the innovation has taken place in China in the next 3-4 slides. And the third one, you can see are the intangibles and the experience of PLA is being questioned, because the argument is they fought the last war in 1979, therefore they will not be able to, they lack the experience to fight modern wars. These are the kind of argument that you will get. Please also see these other 4. Okay? You will get these. Just keep it at the back of your mind as I go along. Okay. China's military research and development. Today, there was a report which came up in June this year. If you go through that report, it clearly tells you in 19 out of 23 key categories, The research papers which are top-notch being published by China are China is leading in 19 out of those 23 categories today. And amongst them, they got a lead in hypersonics, electronic warfare, and in key undersea capabilities. So these are the capabilities that they have developed over a period of time. And the leading research institutions in China, which are located in China, 9 out of the 10 world leading think tanks and research institutions in hypersonics is located in China. Similarly, undersea drones, all 10 leading organizations, leading institutions in the world are located in China. It produces 73% of all high impact research. It is the US plus other 8 countries put together, it is more than that. So these are the kind of figures that you get to see. So you need to understand that they are actually doing enough research on their own at this point in time. This is not to say that they have not used fair and unfair means to get technology. They have been. You will see that. Uses Western research institutions to their advantage. So all high impact kind of Chinese authors, they have been trained in either US, Australia or Britain. So this is the kind of thing that you get to see, and this is the kind of research that goes on in China at this point in time. Again, I don't want to leave this audience with an impression that Chinese are 10 feet tall. They are not. We need to understand their strengths, we need to understand their weaknesses, and then we need to work on them. PLS efforts in military innovation. The Science and Technology Commission, which I showed to you, in the equipment department, which I showed you there in that organizational structure, that is the one which is leading this entire research setup. And the Science and Technology Commission was established in 2016, and they have been spearheading all the kind of research work that has to happen in China. You find they got 2 roles. One is guiding and advising the PLA leadership on weapons development, and the second to have as a link between the PLA and the defense industry, which is actually very important. We actually started doing it very late, but they started earlier. Similarly, they did lot of these innovation competitions within the country. You find a number of competitions which will have these open house days. Every year it gets repeated. Every year new ideas are thrown. You find this S&T Commission accepting 755 ideas before even this thing started from the public through online and submission platforms. So it is a collaborative effort that they are looking at, both from the public, from the PLA, and also to facilitate this kind of research and the throwing up of ideas. You see this again. You find these topics coming up. I'm just put these in one form, but basic thing that we all need to understand is there has been enough work that has gone on into innovation and research in China today. Let us not look at the China of 70s, 80s, 90s when the research was not so much, but today they are actually doing a lot of work on research and innovation. That is the point I wanted to convey in the short form. I'll just flash these slides up because we're running short of time so that we can go and take some questions from the audience, which is more important, I would feel. Yeah, these are all, you can just keep reading it, but these are mainly to show that enough research is going on. Winning technology is given priority in PLA Air Force's equipment preliminary research. This is also another thing that has come up. You will all realize, I don't know whether there are any Air Force officers here, you will realize China was lacking in manufacturing of aero engines. Today they are overcoming it in a big way. In 2016 they established something known as Aero Engine Corporation of China. They invested $7 billion. They invested 96,000 people they recruited. Today, most of their aircraft are running on Chinese engine. They may not be top of the line, but in the second edition, third edition, Mark 3, 2, 3, they'll be able to make it. So they are very good in identifying the problems and trying to work on them. This is for the Army and that is for the Navy. They have been working on every service. This is another point I wanted to mention to you all. CMF is civil military fusion. Civil military fusion is not new to China. It used to be known as civil military integration earlier. I have at least heard it from the year 2000 onwards. But now, in the last 10 years, Mr. Xi Jinping has given a strong impetus to the civil military fusion. What does it imply? I'll just put in, whatever I've written is fine, I'll put it in simple words for the audience. Civil military fusion is nothing. You leverage each other's capabilities for betterment of both. So as a result, what happened? Chinese People's Liberation Army, Armed Forces, they opened up approximately 7,000 patents that they had to the civilians, to the defense industry. And vice versa, defense industry opened up their patents to the defense people. As a result, there is a mutual collaboration between defense industry and the armed forces so that both can benefit from whatever they have. This is about the civil military fusion. And last slide, I'll just mention to you about the kind of equipment and the kind of thing that they are trying to induct and be good at. Civil military fusion, please look at the sectors that they are working on. They are all absolutely high-tech. And today in quantum technology, in space, they are somewhere on par with the US. Except, of course, if you look at the numbers, Chinese have got 541 satellites that are in operation. In contrast, the US has got 3,500 satellites on operation. If you leave that, in the technology part, you find that the Chinese are fast catching up. So these are the issues that we need to be keeping in mind. Now please look at these weapon systems. World's first quantum satellite was launched by China in 2016 called Messias. Today they have got technologies which can do anything and everything in the space. You find ASAT weapons being tested frequently. You find nano satellites being launched frequently. You find robotic arm maneuvers being done. You find a lot of other things which are actually can be a potential kind of issues to be dealt with by us is already there. Similarly, you find the laser weapons, how they have been tested and how they have been progressing. So there are a number of areas in which they have been working, and that is the exoskeleton that you see. Like you find that Iron Man thing that is happening, something like that they have tested. We are also doing all this. I'm not saying we're not doing it. We are also doing all this. But this is the kind of progress that they have made. That's what I wanted to mention to you. And I'll stop here, and if there are any questions, we'll take it in the question answer session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. A very good afternoon to dignitaries both on and off stage, and a heartfelt thanks to Military Literature Festival Association to give me this opportunity. Second year in a row. I was here last year as well, but that time I was discussing my book, which was on Indo-Pacific and India-Australia relationship. So Mr. Manish Tiwari gave a brief mention about Indo-Pacific and India-Australia relationship. I'll not be touching that, but just I thought I'll give it a mention. And it's a singular honor for me to share the stage with a brilliant minds here, General Narasimhan. I have heard him so many times. Today it was a proud moment for me to be here. And again, same for Mr. Manish Tiwari. At the onset, what we have heard from Mr. Manish Tiwari and from General Narasimhan is firstly about the budget. Of course, I'll not be touching that. And the second thing is about the modernization program and the trajectory of China. Again, I'll not be touching that. So my focus in next about 10 to 15 minutes is what we as India or we as a country are doing to counter the Chinese modernization program. We all are aware Chinese program, modernization program started in an institutionalized form in a right earnest in 1995 onwards. So when we started that, you would have realized that as compared to China, our program has started recently. So 40 years of China and about maybe 5 to 6 years of ours. Sorry for a bit of technical glitch. So when Chinese started in 1995 and we are starting now, so naturally there's going to be differential. We cannot be matching what China has today. We are not there yet. So it is going to take us time. But how we are going to go through that trajectory, how we are going to reach there is going to be my focus. And another thing which I would like to start, say very in the beginning only, is the national, you can say the manufacturing or the national manufacturing system is not separate from a defense manufacturing system. They are same. So defense manufacturing system is just a subset of the national manufacturing system. So if we don't have our progress, our growth in the national manufacturing system, the same will not manifest in the defense ecosystem as well. So these two are interrelated. Now coming on to the topic, weapons, technology and self-reliance. Now these three are also very related. Weapons, technology and self-reliance. Till date, we were more, you can say, affected by the imports. Right now we are going into the realm of self-reliance. So what is the difference between the weapons and technology? Weapons we were importing, technology we were not. So when we are going into the realm of self-reliance, we are going to focus on the technology now. Now this was immediately after the first war, last war which Chinese fought in 1979. In 1983, the defense minister said, strategy and tactics, the sophisticated nature of the military equipment and the quality of our personnel. These three were the focus areas in 1983. So right now we are in 2023. So in these 40 years, what has changed? Our chief has declared 2023 as the year of transformation. There are 5 pillars of transformation. I shall be discussing only one. That is modernization and indigenization. I think there's some problem with the slide. Year of 2023. So coming on to the first pillar, that is modernization and indigenization. Now this is Atmanirbhar Bharat. So as flashed on the slide, you can see how our exports have grown. defense exports. What is the relationship between the defense exports and our modernization and the capability development? That I will allude to slightly later on. And on the right hand side, if you see how the defense production has increased. Now, Atmanirbharta has two components, weapons and technology. Atmanirbhar Bharat, if Atmanirbhar Bharat is one, or if we are able to do something as a nation for self-reliance, that is what Indian Army, it gets percolated to the Indian Army as well. Now, these are the, I just picked up from the internet yesterday. Now, these are the technologies which had a major impact in last year, in year 2022. Now, out of these technologies, if you see, these are not weapons. So how do we distinguish between the weapons and the technology? Now, if you see, this is how the transition happens from experimentation, innovation, and the concept as they move from science, technology, military capability, and operational effect. So what in Indian Army we see? We see operational effects. We are not concerned about science, technology. That is what General Narasimhan brought about the Chinese. So they have started with the science and technology. Right now, when we are concerned about the imports, our concern is only about the operational effects and the military capability. That's how we import weapons. And nobody gives us the technology when you import the weapon. So if you have to be self-reliance, if you have to develop your own weapons, then you have to first develop the technology and accordingly then develop the weapons to have the desired operational effects. So if you see, go back please. If you see, this is the logical sequence, how it should happen. But when we were importing, what was happening was like this. Go to the next. We are starting from the operational effects, that is what we require. Then we're going for the defining our military capabilities, and in some extents we were going for the technology in very rare cases. But now we have tried to reverse it. Now how we are going? We have started identifying the technologies, and from the technologies that we are moving ahead with the weapons and to have the desired military capabilities. Next. So that is where the Army Design Bureau of Indian Army is playing a major role. It is a full-fledged organization having got established in 2021. So these are the guys who are actually doing from the science, technology, and then the defining the military capabilities and desired military capabilities. So desired military capabilities, our commanders know, and what is the technology or what is the science behind, it is known by the ADB or the other organizations which are working with it. Next. 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 Just go. Now if you see, this is slightly confusing. Best technology, reasonable cost. This is the, you can say, very confusing aspect of modernization and defense program. So when we were importing best technology. If you require in a relatively shorter period of time, then what do? You go to abroad and you import. Or reasonable cost or the relative shorter time period, then you will not have the best technology. Or you have the best technology in a reasonable cost, but not in a reasonable time frame. So at a time, out of these three things, you can get only two. So what we are doing now is we are getting the best technology in a reasonable cost. Of course, time will be at a disadvantage now. So that is where the India is right now. So we are working for the best technology in a reasonable cost. The time frame is slightly staggered. Since our industry, Indian industry, is coming up, they are at a very nascent stage right now. So that is where we are right now. Next. 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 Okay. This is where we were. Initially we were dependent on USSR and France. Then USSR, France plus US, Israel also came in. Then ordnance factories plus DRDO, and there was slightly well established DPSUs. Then government control, there was an institutionalized DPP, DPF, and the private players, only the big ones were there. This is where we were. Next. Now, here right now where we are, as we talk about today in 2023. We have a formalized, institutionalized DAP 2020. We have corporatization of OFBs. All 41 OFBs have been corporatized into 9 DPSUs now. We have a formally structured defense acquisition wing. MSMEs are there, startups are there, collaborations, defense exports are rising. I'll come to it a bit later. Defense corridor, IC content, indigenized content, TOT indigenization, we are working on strategic partnership model. There are positive indigenization lists. There are series of lists. As on date, there are about 511 items in that, which have been promulgated in, you can say, in about 5 lists by the Ministry of Defense, for which there is no import. And it acts as a, you can say, acts as an visibility, provides a visibility factor to the Indian industry. This is what the services are going to require in the immediate time frame. So that is a formally structured program. Now the 5th PIL, consisting of 98 items, was released in October, 4th of October to be exact. Then ban to imports, we have a formalized defense DEO, we have a IDEX program. And now where are we headed after this? That is my last slide. Next. Global exports, domestic demand, import, substitution. These are the 3, you can say, domains or the 3 verticals which a very, you can say, Indian defense industry has to come into play. Exports have to sustain the domestic production. Domestic demand has to be there. Of course, it is there right now. And the import substitution for the legacy equipment, what we have been importing, the defense industry has also to look into that. So they are the 3, you can say, interlinked domains or interlinked verticals right now which are working in this our capability development program. Next. India's defense exports, I alluded to in the beginning of my presentation. This is how they have risen from 2016-17 till 24th of November. We are at a figure of almost touching 8,000 CR. The target, by the way, for this year is about 20,000 CR. And by 2025, it is going to be 35,000 CR. So this is how defense export is rising. Naturally, when defense exports rise, it provides you money, it provides you, you can say, R&D for looking after the domestic needs also. Next. This is the defense production. How it has risen from 16-17 to 2023. Now it is a 100% figure. Only 2-3 things you can call out of this. The defense public sector undertakings are slightly decreasing in the defense production, whereas the private players' share is increasing. Next. This is an interesting slide. It is more related to General Narasimhan's talk. If you see, next. China and India, how is the gross domestic project expenditure on R&D? This is how we have fared year on year as compared to China. On what percentage of our GDP is spent on R&D? Next. Now this is where we compare to China as the number of researchers per million of population. Though it is increasing, but we still have a lot of ground to cover. So it is where the ecosystem of Indian universities, Indian technical institutes, it comes into play. Next. 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 So here we are headed. In the last, we have got a special purpose vehicle just coming in with the private players, with the foreign companies. We have got a green channel certification. Push to defense R&D, we have got about 25% of our R&D budget, which is earmarked for domestic private industry. Then the Raksha Mitra, Desi, QA reforms, these are some of the schemes which are coming up. Then Indian military standards, certifications, the maintainability evaluation trials, their reforms, DTIS. Now these are some of the things which are leading us, which are helping our capability development and modernization of India to get into the right position. Next. This is my last slide. So what we have to do to match China? Research culture, we are lagging badly. So that is the research culture where our universities or where our institutions, technical institutions have to play their role. Policy reforms and BPR, business process reengineering, it is happening, but the pace is a bit slow. That is also in fact catching up. DRDO reforms, already we are aware a committee has already been established to look into DRDO reforms. Exploitation and spiral development, as we exploit our product which has been supplied to us by the Indian industry, we use it, we come into there are a number of, you can say, improvements which we can suggest. That's how the spiral development happens, and it is, as we speak, it is happening in a number of cases. Military standards, certifications, these are also things which are happening. Accountability and empowerment of private defense industry. Today, private defense industry, it is coming up in a big way. It is in a very nascent stage as of now. But the accountability and empowerment, they are two different things. Empowering is happening through a number of government policies, through a number of, you can say, incentives to the private industry. But the accountability factor of it, I'm sure it will take some time to come into play as they get stabilized as per their defense production and R&D. So what is the road ahead? Research, design, development, manufacture, procurement, life cycle and sustenance. This is the entire nutshell of our capability development modernization if we have to catch up in the next few years to the China. That's all. Here I finished. There are a number of other measures also, but due to the paucity of time, I will not be taking it. And we are open for any questions after this. Thank you.
I'll just take 1 minute to cover 3 points and then open it up for the questions. I don't know how much time we have, but whatever time we have. One is on the effectiveness of defense budget, which Mr. Manish Tiwari talked about. One is actually the differential in the defense budget, which is visible, which is clear. But how do we make our defense budget more effective? How do we get more bang for the buck with our money is something that we need to be looking into, and that is where you find the self-reliance coming into play. Because anything that you import from outside, it's going to be much more expensive for you than if you can produce it within the country. So that is where self-reliance, Atmanirbharta, everything comes into play. As far as China is concerned, the emphasis on innovation has been very, very strong, at least since 2014 onwards when Xi Jinping came to power. Over a period of time, if you look at the statements he has made, repeatedly he actually emphasizes innovation because he understands that anything else can be denied to him, technology can be denied to him, everything else can be denied to him, but if he can innovate himself within the country, then that is one way of coming out of the shackles of technological denial regime that you get to see today. So there is a lot of emphasis on innovation, and because of that, they are also willing to take a little bit of hit on the economic growth. So today you find a slowing of economy in China, but don't be fooled by it. The basic parameters remain strong. So even though there's a temporary setback on the economy, you need to be looking at it in more detail. Like for example, Mr. Manish Tiwari brought out the debt factor. Debt factor is high, but if you disaggregate the debt factor into internal debt and external debt, you will find external debt to be minimal. Whereas if you look at US's debt, you look at UK's debt, it is 400% of the GDP still. So don't get taken in by the GDP, the debt argument. If you disaggregate it, you find the internal debt is far more than the external debt. And the internal debt, he doesn't have to give it back tomorrow. It is going to spread over a number of years. And the third thing is on the Russian equipment diversification, which Mr. Manish Tiwari brought out. He is very correct in saying that we are going to be dependent on Russia for at least another 20 to 30 years to come. Because the legacy equipment and all that we have got are not going to go away anytime soon. It is going to take at least 30 years for us to slowly weed them out, but that process is on actually. Expenditure on R&D, which Hundal brought out, and Hundal's presentation was excellent with a lot of data, provided we can look through it in more detail because time was short today. If you can look through it more in detail, you will find a lot of things that give us confidence that we are on the right path that we need to be looking into. Expenditure on R&D is the last point I wanted to mention to you. China spends at least about $420 billion on research per annum. And compared to that, our research budget is hardly any, though there have been efforts to increase that budget, but it is still happening in some form or the other, but it is going to catch up in some time soon. But that is the way probably we need to look at more investment in R&D, more emphasis on manufacturing within the country. I think that is the way to go. That is the way we will be able to become better. Now I throw the floor open to the questions. If there are any questions, we will take it up. Yeah. Yeah, please.
My question is to Mr. Deviser. Thank you for your views. And like I really agree with what you said, that if we are to have things normal with China, there has to be some border adjustment. It means there has to be a lot of give and take, more give on our side. And one of the things proposed is that they accept our claims in the eastern sector, while Aksai chain and the last we already hold in any case is theirs. It is the only logical solution to solve the problem. But do you think it is politically feasible in a nation like India? After all, any government that agrees to it, it will be political suicide. Do you think the democracy will permit this kind of an arrangement, which is actually the only solution between the problem?
Is it working, sir? That's not working.
So, thank you very much for that great question. You know, first of all, this premise that in any negotiation we'll have to give more than China is not borne out by historical facts. All the land boundary negotiations that China has concluded, China has actually ended up settling for much less than what they had originally claimed. So therefore, if you look at their land boundary negotiations across the board, Kazakhstan, Russia, Mongolia, and I can go into it in some detail, what their original claims were and ultimately what the settlement was, there's a marked difference between the two. Even Hue Burma, way back in, or Myanmar now, way back in the 50s, they settled the boundary question essentially on the McMahon line, without calling it the McMahon line. And so therefore, I do not really agree with this hypothesis that if we were to talk, it is essentially from a standpoint of weakness where we would end up conceding more than we would actually get in return. Number two, what we need to keep in mind is that eventually, yes, in any territorial negotiation, there would be a give and take. And that's why I underscored the fact that we have to prepare a people if we were to embark on or go down that path, that any negotiation would essentially involve a give and take. There is a third way. And we tried out that third way, Hue Pakistan, and had almost succeeded. If you read Ambassador Lamba's book, the 4-point formula between Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, or former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, and Musharraf, General Musharraf, that is, you make the borders irrelevant. And so therefore, in fact, today, borders are really irrelevant. Because if you look at it, while you may be physically sitting here, you spend 3/4 of your day in a virtual civilization which knows no borders. See, I think, and fundamentally, there has to be a change in mindset. Do we want territory or do we want security? And there is a fundamental distinction between these two concepts. Unfortunately, we've equated security with territory, and I leave it at that.
Just to add to Mr. Manish Tiwari's point, if you analyze the 12 countries with which China has resolved the boundary issue with them, you find in some cases they have given less and taken more. In some cases they have given more and taken less. In some cases they have gone for the 50-50 principle. So you find all kinds of things that are there in those negotiations. So I tend to agree with them that we should be able to negotiate harder and to get to that position. Next question, please. Yeah. Is there any question this side?
Why don't you just take this mic? To Honorable MP, sir, Mr. Manish Tiwari, you spoke something very interesting about NATO-like arrangement, which will be the need of the hour in the time to come, concerning India. And NATO-like arrangement means not only military, but a convergence of economic, political, and maritime interests also. And when you say this, sir, would you elaborate something about the countries you have in mind with which we can have NATO-like arrangements? Well, you've got the field open because as we speak today, the territorial disputes which China has are in the maritime domain. They are in the South China Sea and the East China Sea with almost all the neighbors that China has. So, coupled with that, the United States still remains the biggest outside balancer of power in the Asia Pacific. Even today, as I was pointing out, they outspend China 10:1 insofar as military expenditure is concerned. Of course, some American figures put the Chinese military expenditure close to $700-800 billion US dollars. But nonetheless, in terms of capacity, the US remains the single biggest outside balancer in the region. Almost all the neighbors of China have concerns qua the rise of China post Xi Jinping, which has not been peaceful by any stretch of imagination. So Indonesia has concerns, Vietnam has concerns, Philippines has concerns, even South Korea has concerns. The Japanese have a historical problem with the Chinese. The Australians got into the AUKUS arrangement primarily because they felt the rising China did threaten Australian security, and it kind of dumped the French, into the sea and, chose the American submarines. So the field is wide open. Question is, do you have the conviction of courage, or do your partners have the conviction of courage to do it? The Quad concept dates back to 2007, but it was an Australian Prime Minister, or the Foreign Minister, who stood shoulder to shoulder with the Chinese Foreign Minister in Beijing in 2007, 2008, and actually, shot it off the water. So if people are serious, and if you do not want to pursue the path of negotiations with China, then the only one viable option that you have, given the 6:1 power differential with China across the board as we speak, is to seriously apply yourself to creating an Asian NATO, and this containment of China should not be a bad word, because if somebody does not want to rise peacefully, you need to contain them.
There are two questions. Let me give the chance to the lady first and then come to you.
Hello. This is my first military kind of festival or panel, so thank you for a very enlightening discussion. And thank you for scaring an ordinary citizen like me. The thing I want to ask is that we are the tortoise, China is the hare, China is far ahead of us in every way possible. But are we considering that China might have any Achilles' heel or several, both heels damaged in some way, or are there any Trojan horses which India can sort of, consider vis-a-vis China? And on another point, I think this comparison of China in 1970s and now it's very different. I don't think negotiations can solve the issue because you look at the Ladakh situation, China is not backing down, and it's unlikely that China will back down if we have a mini NATO in the Asia-Pacific region. It will just, Xi Jinping is just going to turn even more aggressive. And given that innovation is making technology like hybrid warfare more easier than difficult, how are we going to cope with this situation? As in, we also have to consider other means of facing up to China. Thank you.
Who is this question addressed to?
All of you. All of you.
Okay. Would you like to go ahead first, Mr. Manish? Okay. This question of Achilles heel, presence wars, etc. Please understand, China also has got its vulnerabilities. In fact, I have got a whole presentation on vulnerabilities of China. Okay. How much can you exploit it? When can you exploit it? How you will exploit it is a different matter. If you look at it, there are many issues which are vulnerable in China. Religious issues, social issues, the inequalities in economy, inequalities in the regional growth, the religion, the society, you take anything. Demography, whole lot of things are there. But it is a different matter. People are thinking about it. I leave it at that. I don't want to be open about it. There are many issues vulnerable in China today. That is what we need to be looking at. And the second thing is the hybrid warfare, Trojan warfare kind of a thing. Keep just only one thing in mind. This for the entire audience today. We keep talking about loosely playing a pivot card, playing this card, playing that card, etc. These are all vulnerabilities of China in some form or the other. But be only sure of the end product that you are looking at, what are the reactions you will get, how are you going to face it, those things should be purely calculated in full. If you don't do that, you will come to grief. So that is what I want to leave it with you. Hybrid warfare, grey zone warfare, all these warfares we are actually working on. So to that extent I'll set your mind to rest on that. The last question, and thereafter then we can have a break and go to the next session.
Namaskar, sir. Sir, in earlier earlier panel, we were discussing about our adversary who is economically very down to us.
Sorry?
We were discussing about another adversary, Pakistan, who is very down to us. And we were discussing about Pakistan at that very discussion. And now we have discussed about China, who is very economically very up to us. In between that, where we stand, and what about to counter China, accept technology, modernization and all that, what about theater commands? Theater commands have not been discussed somehow. Would you like to throw some light on theater commands? And can we, out of that, we can counter some way to China effectively?
Would you like to comment or can I go? On theater commands, first is the realization that no single service can win a war in future. All efforts of ours have to come together. That is the reason for integrated theater commands. Not because Americans went for it, not because Chinese went for it, it is because the realization within us that we need to have this kind of an organization where all the services resources are pooled in so that then you can take on the adversary whenever we have to take it on. In between, there were issues and no country, including US, including UK, wherever this theater command system and the jointness system has come in, it was already, there are always issues to be resolved within the services. Today, as I am standing here, most of the issues have been resolved between the services. I think it is only a matter of time before we get the theater commands, and I am sure it will work well for our warfighting capability. I hope I answered your question.
May I just add something to that, sir?
Yeah.
This entire issue of theater commands has various dimensions. And when the government brought the inter-services command and control and discipline bill into the monsoon session of Parliament, which was not functioning because of the situation in Manipur, I had then told the Defence Minister that don't do theatre commands surreptitiously. If you want to reorganize the basic structure of the Indian Defence Forces, do it through an act of Parliament, which I must confess was an idea which was, or the wisdom was given to me by General Shergill, who had pointed it out in a post to me. And I do think that whenever this is done, this would be done in consultation with Parliament.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sorry to play spoil sport. This collective wealth of knowledge of over 100 years on stage, and we have to cut short this conversation. Thank you so much, panelists, for being here. On behalf of the chairman, Military Literature Festival, we would like to give you a token of appreciation for your presence here today. Thank you once again, and thank you, audience. I think there were many more questions, but you can always speak to them when they're off the stage. Our next section is martial poetry in Punjabi, and may I now request Dr. Manpreet Mehnaz to please come up on stage and take over the stage.